Back. Had breakfast and I'm here to build the clock tower again. I'll be doing it a little bit different this time. I'm not gonna put all the destruction. I'll have a link to my build when I first built this 5 years ago on another program where it was accurately done, like super accurately done. But the problem is the graphics wasn't so good because I was using a not as a good program. It was a game design program, but it wasn't like, it was like Unity, like. Yeah, so last time I did a lot. I did the searchlights, the clock tower. I customized the textures to make it look nighttime and dark. I have to do the lighting still. And I'll work on the main hall, which is going to be super beautiful, by the way. That's going to be amazing. We're going to take a little bit of a different take this time on the clock tower build. We're keeping kind of the original aesthetic, but we're changing it up to consider Halo Infinite's greatness. Gonna be. So today I have to finish the clock tower, the balcony, which is part of the central garden area. The clock tower is done. I remixed it. We'll have to do the main hall. Maybe I will make the small little room on top since it's part of the clock tower. Right, so everything's all connected between each other. That's it. Work on it now. I'm going to test out the save station stuff once the clock tower area down here has been built fully. So yeah. Comes to a save point. Where will I put the save point? You know what? It could be anywhere it wants to be. Starting point, I can put it right here. Guy's not going to exist. Those are all testing things. Also testing too. Point right here. Something, isn't it? that's not good. Everything's got to be in the same level. Or just not. Okay, so I think the only thing left to do is the sides. Courtyard is done, and then the lighting. I'll just copy and paste the light from there. I gotta go straight to the balcony, but first I'm gonna test something. There was a long stream, I scripted everything. Needed the script. So I may actually make a new listing for that. Because everything's like all neat and tidy over there. All the script brains are all neat and tidy in one area. And I can see everything. So it's all done and prepared. I got the windows. Totally forgot about the windows. I'm gonna do the herbs first. So about the windows, we're probably going to do fake windows. Here. It's easier because the level design is not... if the doors in this game were made properly so I can animate them, then I would do the window designs. But since the doors are not animatable, they have to be a specific size, I will not carpet. I don't know if I want this. Keep it here. So this is the roof. This is the how big it can be. gonna be a lot easier to do it. Obviously, if the editor was better, I can just literally just make the windows so you can actually see the front courtyard. So you can see a guy could be in here and you can see your guy from over here. And you can do that, but problem is, um, and yeah, fortunately I'm not gonna do that. So on a remake, if I was actually remaking this by Capcom or whatever, I would actually do that. The doors would be interconnected between the levels. The windows would be see-through in a certain way so you can see between the inside and the outside. Just better game design. Breakable glass. A lot of work. How good are you going to make it? How good are you going to make it? I don't think this editor even supports breakable glass. Already at a loss there. I'm going to focus on the visual aspect to make it look very, very beautiful. So you enjoy looking at it, all the details and everything. Handcrafted. I think I customized these bushes. I went in there and tweaked the colors so they look like realistic bushes for a nighttime scene. So my Resident Evil career is not over yet. I kind of fell in love with it. The RE3 part was kind of like a test to see how good Halo Infinite was. And it passed the test with flying colors. The same thing for Trials. Like, I remade the train level in Trials Rising, and I was like, is it good? Because I made it in Trials Fusion and it looked really, really bad. Like, really terrible. I don't even know why I considered back then. But at the time, I didn't know shit about game design, so I had no idea what I was doing. Go. We have everything there. And it's giving me PTSD from fucking trials. Pardon my French. That a little bigger. The other editor I used to use a long time ago for a while. Foliage was a terrible thing to use. I would just break the game entirely. Was that? It was lighting that would break the game. So many things that would break the game. Not a good experience, whatever. At all, I mean. Alright, so the foliage. Grass is all done. Now it looks like a garden. And this is the only garden part of the level. Everything else is all interior stuff. Should I do the bigger design here? Big. I'm not sure. I'm gonna do that then. Plan. You have like borders, now we have designs and borders. We can have a border. It's gonna be the same length back and forth. I don't know what the center is. I'm gonna say 75. Longer than that. Flip it. Put it on this side. That was easy. Now we have a better design. I actually don't even want to do that design over there. I'm gonna use this. This one more appropriate. So I'm actually looking at the remake and seeing what things I should add and what things I should not add. One looks a lot better. Now now it looks a little bit better. Now you have like a design palette throughout the whole thing. Except that part. Something there and I don't see it. So the only thing left to do is the windows. So there are windows. I'm gonna put windows though, because this is a house. This is a house. This is a house. I don't know if I want to put windows here. Kind of do the interior part. I can probably put a window there. Window there, window there. Maybe I can put 4 windows on each side, or 4 windows here. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. 11 windows. The wall. And after that's done, then I can do the lighting. No, I said, okay, so I think the only bad thing is there needs to be something there. Pottery. Now we got stuff in the pots. Other why I want pots there. Can't just put pots there. Lower these and of the leaves shift. That's okay. I don't care about that. That's a problem with the editor. I don't really care too much. They look good. They are shifting, and it's annoying, but I can deal with it. A lot better now. So much better. That's really good. Get the ice or your water, you could say, from the top here. And from the balcony. Alright, that's pretty cool though. I don't even know where I want to put a target, to be honest, because there's targets to shoot. I feel like I want to put one right there. right at the feet of the Spartan. Probably put gunpowders on each of the benches to collect. Gonna be 3 things here. Probably put some gunpowder at the end of the balcony at the top. So there's gonna be 3 gunpowder pickups and 1 target to shoot. Good. So window time. How am I gonna do the windows? I was thinking about doing something elaborate. Something fancy. Fancy? We're gonna do fancy. Grab our window. It. Oh. Yeah, I don't have to do anything here. Let's see if I can customize the... stonework. Oh, I have to do Mabasa wood. Wood in general. No, we don't want that. Well, this is color of this, you can't. Not liking it too much. outside window. Also, I'm gonna do some like old vine stuff as well. Opto. It's a little too big. Create a smaller version over there. Good for now. Could be this. Shouldn't do that. Shouldn't do that. Want to do it immediately without switching modes. I'm gonna increase the speed just for this map. That's going to be the new rule added now. When we ping, you lower your weapon. You don't have to have the weapon on the screen. Crouch, your weapon is there. For people who don't want their weapon on the screen. Obstruct their screen. We can even have, like, hole turned on as well. Want to see the map in like a first person mode? Kind of want to add that actually. Do I really want to add that? Because I already added quality of life improvement already. The problem is, as this is cool and all, it's popping the skull on the screen. Kind of defeats the whole purpose of Okay, but can we like get rid of like that skull? Is that only appear in Forge? So you have to go to custom games now and test that out, because if all the HUD is gone, I don't want a new HUD to pop up on my screen. It defeats the whole purpose of the setting, you know? I don't like that because it destroys the objective. Yeah, we're not gonna add that. Then it destroys the ping, and I don't want that. Want to do this? There's an option in the menu already built into the game to hide the menus. I did the first person showcase of my park map, and that's already done. So this is gonna be a new setting that I'll add. I'll have to type that in. I'll add that for the video. pretty much done here. I actually decreased. A little better now. Let's see, more speed. Better. Like so much better. Yep. Made him a little faster. You run faster now, and you can lower your weapon and unlower your weapon. Just if you want that weapon to obstruct your screen while you're moving. Okay. So now you have better gameplay features. The only thing that I don't like is when you look away from the light, it turns off. That's the only thing I don't like. And unfortunately, I cannot change that setting. Not very good. So there's some sort of setting here in Trials that did this. I understand Trials because it was a 2D game, but this is a 3D game and it's doing that, so... This is not good. Please don't do this. When you make a program, have an option to not let that happen, because that's annoying. Super annoying. I like the effects. I don't mind it too much, but it does break the immersion of the map a little bit, so we're going to deal with it. I'm going to deal with it. Just like the bushes that shift, that's a little subtle. You don't really notice it too much, especially in the dark. So that, but the light, like if you go away from the camera, that's fine, but then not good. I feel like the developers tested it like this. They didn't test it like this. And I think that's the problem. This editor is unfinished. The full alphabet is not even available, so there is a problem. Fortunately. Okay, so I'm going to put another light here because I need to see what I'm doing and I want to keep the atmosphere. So I think the goal could be for the day is to finish the main hall. To tell you the truth, I don't even know if I can finish the main hall because it's the biggest room in the game. And then the little small room up there with the clock tower. Gonna be a ladder. The ladder climbing technology is also going to be another huge problem. I have an idea. I have an idea, but that idea. Speaking of ideas, that's going to be part of dynamic objects, so we're going to have a new script brain for that. I already know where I want a camera to be. I'm going to put my guy right here. All going to spawn here. Input cameras. Put the ending camera right there. I don't know where the intro cameras are gonna go yet. Bought it. I have a portal there, but that portal's gonna go somewhere else. Test this now. Right. The nav mesh now. Oops. Okay. I don't know why you want to go up here, but I just don't understand. The nav mesh in this game is terrible. Guessing you could use, maybe this is the time to really test the other tools. The time to really test the other tools. So if this is what I think it is, then this tool right here is going to cut off where the AIs can and cannot go. That's what it looks like to me. Could be wrong, though. It wouldn't make any other sense if that wasn't the case. So if you want the AIs to go in a specific path, then they won't go here. And if that's not what it is, then I am majorly confused. So we don't want the AIs to jump over the garden. Same thing. And now I gotta add one up on this house. I might as well just add them on both houses because apparently the AIs can come up here. Apparently. I was not expecting an AI to jump up here. I don't know why the game would render that, but you know. Copy one. I hope that's what it means. Nav cutter. Maybe it cuts the nav points and lets the AIs only go in a specific area. That's what it seems like to me. Anyone with a brain would figure that out immediately. So, but in 343's eyes, remember, it's 1 plus 1 is 3, it's not 2. According to 343 industries. Have that logic there, everything doesn't work anymore. So we're gonna see if that's actually how it works. So it doesn't go in the garden area. It doesn't go on the rooftops. It only goes on the floor. Small area, it should be fine. And if that doesn't work, I am super bamboozled now. We're gonna see. Perfect. Perfect. That's perfect. You see? So the nav cutters actually do what they're supposed to do. So do you see? All the nav cutters tell the AIs not to go in a specific area and only to the desired area that you want. Which makes it a lot better now. So they don't jump on the roof anymore because there's a AI no-go zone. So AI no-go zones are here. More sense. How did I figure this out? I was, because I used this as a waypoint. And I was just messing around with AIs and I figured this out by accident. It doesn't really tell you. It kind of tells you, but it's very vague. It's super easy. You just drop it on the floor anywhere and it generates a floor for you. It's that easy. But the nav cutters actually tell you. So, better. Now, do you want nav cutters outside? Yeah, but the gate's closed, so unless they're gonna walk through the gate, I don't think that's the case. Since I generated a floor and I tested it, it was a success. I can go and give it a save. Where you fight the Nemesiso. Now I can actually test if the save works on different levels. So since I have a test point, I'm going to put them on this level. And now I'm going to test the saves. I'm going to put one on the floor. And I'm going to put one on the top. This is where the ink ribbons come in. It's going to be a test. So there are going to be 3 save points on this. In this game. So there's going to be a save point on the west wing of the clock tower and on the east wing of the clock tower. And there's going to be one at the top of the clock tower. I want to know if this animation coordinate works vertically, not just horizontally. And for a save station to be activated, I would need to die. So. So hard this part. So hard this part. Okay, so go back to the AI stuff. I kind of just want to add a separate folder for AI tools. I'm just gonna call this AI tools. Well, to be honest, it's not really AI tools, it's AI bot. And then we're going to call this AI bots. Final boss, because this is the final boss. A drop pod. I don't want to increase the radius of this drop pod. We're going to put in a gonna be your Mr. X right here. Oh, there's a big man here. Big man. Big man here. Comes to the where's the health bars again? I'm gonna go back to the main scripts to see if everything is correctly here. Still -1. Why is it -100 though? Oh, player. Oh, that's player points. That's different. That's different. So you're gonna lose 100 points of player points. Okay. Say that in my rules. Player dies, you lose 10,000 points. New rule added that I forgot to mention. My absolute total value is 3 and 50, and we don't know what the big number is. I'm gonna put him here just for now. I don't really like the Brute Chieftain too much, so I'm gonna say... Oh, he can teleport too? I didn't know that. I had no idea they could teleport too. The hell? I had no idea that they can teleport as well. That's actually pretty cool. No idea they could teleport as well. Kinda like this guy, actually. For X's that come in as well. too powerful. They are maybe not too... powerful or too fast. Crazy, actually. That's too much. Or if we can have a marine that drops in, actually. That guy's pretty OP. Alright, that's gonna be your nemesis. I think we got a final boss. Ridiculous, but I think we got him. Alright, so... he's gonna get triggered in, though, later on. I'm gonna trigger him in. Going to be triggered by script. The health items, so max value is so the max value is actually 1, so 1. Oh. Okay, so the max value is currently 1. So what's going to happen here is the max value is 1, and then we're going to increase it by 1. That's why I had it here. So this is going to be... by setting that before. We're going to increase the value by -1 to prolong the game. So what needs to happen here, and we're going to see if this is tested properly. We're going to have to put another set number variable here. So DVA, so this is called result will be -1 plus -1 per save. Going to delete the object off the start. The respawn point. Well, I mean, do we really need to do that? Because the script is going to end the game regardless, right? But I don't think we need that. Because we thought we did. Because the respawn point is there because, or else we don't have the ability to spawn regardless. Maybe I tested this. I'll leave it in though. Now we're going to see if the ink ribbons work. Now the ink ribbons are supposed to... Every time we find an ink ribbon, either one of these save stations are going to turn on. All of them are going to turn on at once. The problem is if we used one, will it still count as an inactive versus active save station? So what I probably need to do... Oh, there's so much script. Like, I already know how to do it. I just don't know if it's going to work in Forge in this Halo editor. So if you... That kills you right off the bat. Game should end automatically, yeah. So now let's test the save station. I'm gonna go over here and save. The legend saved. Now when I die, I should respawn over there. And I don't. I crisscrossed them. object is going to be that, and the destination object is going to be that. Nope. The object and the destination object. So rearrange the order. And test it. Wow, okay. Well, we're gonna have to put like invisible wall on the ceiling here. Okay, I didn't save, I'm an idiot, so we're gonna have to go hit the save station again. Saved, so now I should get another point. I don't know what's causing that. The collection thing is off. Causing that to happen. Another bug? Okay, it works. Definitely works. We're going to come up here and save again. Oh, it didn't even count. Now we have a problem now. When I died, this collection screen goes off. Hit a save station. One. Okay, that was a bug then. I saved. Second time. Okay, I died. Saved again. Okay, so I wonder if my body's dropping into the abyss. Not sure if that's causing the problem. I think that was just a bug. Halo Infinite bug. Okay, so if I die again, the game will automatically end. Yeah. There you go. So let's save up there. Save up there. And see what happens. So if I die again, it means that I will die. Definitely. There you go. It has been tested. It has succeeded. So the save points all work now. Save points all work. Doesn't matter the ups or downs. They all work. Gotta see if the ink ribbons work now. That's gonna be the problem. Gonna see if the ink ribbons work. So I have to find an ink ribbon. I gotta have an idea for an ink ribbon already, but I'm gonna have to find an ink ribbon. On the map. I have an idea for one already. Try to make something here. Ink ribbons are supposedly they're round. They're supposed to be round, but one is better. That one. Smaller than that. That's pretty small, though. I kind of want to use this, though. Probably have to submerge it in the floor some more. There one of these. One. That's all I need. Big if now. Probably still gonna keep it as collectibles. So the ink scripts are gonna have to do some BS garbage that I'm not gonna like. Something I don't even know if it's gonna work. Oh, I can't pick it up. I forgot. It has to be a certain size. That is annoying. Oh, that's the smallest it can go? That my texture, of course. Why not? Whatever. Super duper annoying though. Welcome to your bug right here. Terrible thing about this program is things have to be a certain size or they do not work. Why or how made that decision? A lot of people got fired because of that, so justice has been served, I guess. I feel like having a setting like that stifles creativity 1,000,000,000%. People would be building incredible things if it wasn't for that, myself included. Okay, so that is the script. Add 1 to the value, and then we have now the new option now. So we're gonna activate one of those. So what's gonna happen is all the other switches on the map have to be turned off. Gonna be a test to see what happens. Saved ink. We gotta have a message pop up on the screen as well. But we're gonna see if it works first. One save 2. We're gonna say when we hit that, the visual representation that you picked it up, that delete object, what's gonna happen is everything is deleted. As soon as you pick up a switch, everything's gonna spawn in. Wondering if this, because there's an option on the switch that's already hit. I wonder if that's disabled automatically. I want to see if this works though. So this is going to be another test. Another test thing. Going to be another test. You have your ink switch. Pick up the ink. All the switches are disabled. When you hit an ink, all the switches re-enable. Problem is you need 2 inks for this to work properly. Have to do that again. Doesn't matter. This is just part of the other score value. So we need to create another one of these. I'm gonna give it a save. I don't want my game to crash, as it tends to do that a lot from scripting. Back into the folder and call this ink 2. Call this switch 2. Back here and edit that. Switch 2. And then ink 2. So that's the script. Gonna see if that works. This is gonna be the big test. Going to, so if I go here, I hope I don't die. Nothing works. Pick up an ink before I die. Save. What? Gotta get this one. So if I go to the save station, doesn't work. Save. If I hit this, I won't be able to go here. I won't be able to activate. Actually, that's bad. Okay, so once I save, I have to delete this. There'll be an option for delete. After I hit this. That's after I hit the switch. After I hit the switch, I have to say delete. Now I have to think about this now. We're gonna spawn both of those. No, the delete doesn't happen here. The delete does not happen here. Delete happens in the other area. So this is done. I have to then go back to the save script and activate a delete option there, which is both save deletes. So I'll have to go. Save switches are off. As soon as I activate either one of these, depending how many there are, there's going to be 3 save stations. So might as well just do 3 off the bat right now. A lot of work. It works. But no, does it work? I don't know. I don't know if it works. I don't know if it works. I don't know if it works. Focus on the 2 right now. If it works, then I'll make a 3rd one. For now, I'm going to make... There's a different way to do this. With scripts and stuff. Numbers and stuff based on a number. So whenever I activate one save station group, the other one, so whenever time I activate a save station group, it's going to have a certain number, and then I have to compare a number, but depending on what the number is on the holding value, then I can switch the number around. It's really difficult. Hard works. Saves don't work, I know that. Pick up the save. Save for the save unit. Good. Let's turn this guy off for a second. Oh. Hit the save. Activate save. Go to the other save. Doesn't work. That's good. Hit another ink ribbon. The problem is it's active. It's active. That's the problem. It is active. And if I waste it here, it's going to waste completely. Save again. Don't want to. I mean, I guess we can. I guess we can just use the same typewriter again if we want to. It really doesn't matter if I want to save somewhere else. Like, if you want to save at the same typewriter again, then you can. But problem is you won't be able to save it again. That's how it was in the original game. It was the same thing. If you don't have ink ribbon, it wouldn't let you save. You gotta find another ink ribbon. So it kind of works the way that I want to. I kind of wanted it to do the specific save room typewriters. So yeah, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to have we just have to have one save typewriter then. Like one script. That makes sense. So if we have just one script, instead of finding multiple typewriters. You know, it makes the most sense. So now that I got that to work, put another save. And say, just do it one time. Problem is, I won't be able to do it one time. Or the same switch. And that's what I like about the other programs, because I could use the same prompt for the same script, so I don't have to do it again. That in the original games, and you can even make it inactive and deactive and all this other stuff. Every time you save, it's 100 points. So I kind of made it the way I want to. So we're gonna have 3 save stations in this map. Just 3. Or you can just have 1 save station on the map, really. You don't have to have 3 separate save stations. We can have 1 save station, even though there's 3 save stations. I can just have 1 save station. We can have the save station typewriters in the other area there, and we could just get a point from that. But I kind of just want to have 1 save station, and I'm gonna put it in an area where it's not a save station. I don't know. I want to make a quality of life improvement. Oh boy. If you die, you'll respawn. Okay, so if you die, you will respawn beside the save station. That is the script. But I also want to make a checkpoint as well. And that's not going to count towards the save station. I'll do that in here eventually. That's not going to be at the end of the build. So I have the save station. The save stations. I have 3. I'm going to have 3 different save stations. And I'm going to make a respawn. Because what I was thinking in my brain just now is this entire map is not going to be hard at all. You're not going to die. A player's not going to die in the other areas. It's going to be super duper easy. The main, you're probably going to die in the courtyard because the guy you fight is really, really tough. But I don't want that guy to appear right away. So I want to make it so you activate a zone. And then you start fighting him. You can leave the area anytime you want. So he can actually follow you out of the area, which is pretty cool. So what's going to happen is I'm going to trigger a zone. He's going to spawn in. I'm going to trigger a checkpoint, a new respawn point. So if you die, you'll start from the courtyard. So you don't have to start all the way back from the save station and go and run all the way back. That's what I want to do. Because that's annoying. In the original game, it's like that. But I don't want to make it like the original game. I want to have a quality of life improvement. I want to have an actual checkpoint where you start from here. And I'm going to even pop it up on the screen. Activated a checkpoint. That's how it's going to be. So I'm going to go and back to the folder. Another save respawn. Call this now save switch 3, typewriter 3, save point 3. And there's like many different ways of doing this, like so many different ways of doing this. This is the way that I've chosen now. So now we have an integration system, but now we also got to do a different thing. We got to put got to call this checkpoint. Point 1. Checkpoint 1 is going to respawn you. I'm just going to say here. Going to be a respawn point eventually. Right here, this little thing. So that's going to be checkpoint 1. Going to be save point 3. So the save stations are going to work automatically no matter what. So if you die supposedly to the smaller enemies, which you shouldn't be able to because they're so easy, then you'll respawn wherever you chose to save at whatever the 3 different types of save stations that you have. So there's going to be 3 ink ribbons on the map, primarily at the save station. And you can choose to save wherever you want to. Now, the problem is, it doesn't really matter where you save. When you hit this checkpoint later on, which is supposed to be the end of the map, when you hit the checkpoint, the respawn point will no longer be any of the 3 save stations where you chose to save at. It will be at the courtyard. Now, you can break this if you want to. You can actually break this. So, if you want to break my map, you can get a checkpoint here and then go back to the teleporter and save. But if you die, you have to respawn at the save point, not at the original checkpoint. Unless I make the respawn point constant. So it doesn't matter if you go back in save and go back through this front door. As soon as you go back to this front door, the automatic zone is going to transfer you always to the new point. If it works as desired. So then I would have to like really test this out now to see if I don't want people to break it, you know? So I have to really think about all the breaks that there is. So now we have a checkpoint. Now we can go over here to zones and activate the new set zone. So now this is going to be called the checkpoint zone. Checkpoint activation zone. So for short form, I'm going to say this. CP activation zone. Activation zone, I'm going to increase the width all the way here so you can't break it. So if you hit this, every time you hit this zone, actually, I'm probably just going to, teleportation is here. The length. So that is supposed to be the activation zone. Now I gotta script it. Now I gotta script the activation zone. This is where you need a brain. Now we're gonna have to make another save. Station group script. Challenging now, we have to say 3 of them now. Oh, I haven't done number 3 yet. A lot of stuff. So what is we spawn in again? What do we spawn? Point save switch 3. One for that. You have to switch this to save point 3. You don't have to multiply this by 3, actually. Borrow. Thing. I think that is it. I gotta program the zone switch. We'll do that in zones. So do I want to we're gonna do this instead. Activation zone. To tell you the truth, this area monitor thing doesn't make any sense. It's probably a because it's any sort of any volume of the object you want. Cool, but at the same time it's not. We're gonna have to use the translate object position. Checkpoint 1. Move the transformation. Destination object will be checkpoint 1. The borrowed object will be so in a way, we are taking our spawn point and we are like moving it around. So we're taking our spawn point, the spawn point that we have, and we are just moving it around. So we're moving it to different positions. It doesn't matter how vertically or horizontally where it's going to go. That position will teleport around the map because it's a respawn point. So you're just, instead of just putting spawn points everywhere, you have this exact point where you're going to spawn, and you're going to put it wherever you want. So if you want to spawn in A or B or C or vice versa, doesn't matter which one it is, this will do that now. So that's what's going to be the test. So It doesn't matter if we go save at switch 3. When we go back and hit the zone again, if we die, we'll always spawn back from checkpoint 1. So you can go back and try to break the map, but as soon as you hit that zone, because you're going to have to hit that zone anyway to go to the courtyard, that means that you'll always respawn at checkpoint 1. Doesn't matter how many ink ribbons you have. Now, in a way, the ink ribbons, I'm going to give you a point. I'm going to have set amount of points and give you 1 pickup value for an ink ribbon. I'm also going to give you a set of points every time you save. So, in a way, I'm forcing you to save 3 times. But problem is, the respawn point will then change because I don't want you to go all the way back to the save point. That's where the checkpoint comes in. Meaning that you will not earn any points from the checkpoint respawn. So that is the script as it's designed here. Got another save. So now here we have ink scripts, and so in ink scripts, I'm going to give you a set of points every time you pick up an ink. So you're going to get a total value counting towards your main, how many items are on the field value. Now we got to add another one because there's going to be 3 switches on the field. That would be so then I would have to put this. Have 1, 2, and 3, 1, 2, and 3. But I'm also going to force you, if you want to get a perfect score, that's only if the players want to get a perfect score, you'll have to pick up an ink ribbon. It'll give you a set amount of points, and I have to write it in the rules over here. I'll put that on the video. Unfortunately, I can't put that in the map. I don't feel like typing everything here. So we're going to adjust player points. We're going to give a set amount of points for the inks we pick up. We have to copy this a 3rd time. And we're not going to say you picked up an ink. I guess we can say that. Just be more script. We're going to do the score adjustments. So every time we pick up an ink, I'm going to give you $175. So what's cool about this mode is I'm making a mercenary-styled game mode if you want to participate in. So you can look at the map, or if you want to participate in as part of the AIs and the shooting part. So there's like different ways you can play it. You can turn off AIs, and all you have to do is go for the targets, collect all the things and stuff, save all the things, or you can just get the perfect score, which counts towards the AIs as well. So that has to be an ink switch 3 and an ink 3. One. Oh. Give it a save. Get another ink. My game crashed. Good thing I saved. This is why you always need to save. So while this loads up, I'm gonna go here. I was just trying to find a different option. Perfect. You zoom, the weapon hides. I don't want to be part of that. Perfect, 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 perfect. I was gonna say, when player is melee, that happens. But we got this one. Is much better, much better, much better. Now I gotta add that to the menu that I have here. So it's a little bit more complicated, but so it doesn't matter what player you are. It doesn't matter who zooms in. It can be a set of players that zoom in. Your weapon will automatically be lowered, and when you crouch, your weapon, you will not be lowered anymore. So the crouch thing. So that's going to be set player weapon lowered and set player weapon lowered false and true. I wonder if there's like other functionalities I can actually add because of that. And we can get an event value working. That again, equipment. That was players. When the player is lunging, then lunging, right? Lunging. Player is observer, mark overridden, is lunging. Lunging? Oh, is lunging with a melee weapon. Just in melee, and so we could have done this with melee. So I'm thinking about other things now. I want the melee button to do something now. We have the equipment for the shields now. Melee button doesn't work, but the melee button could do something. We can set up the melee button to do something, possibly. Not sure. grapple, huh? I added this because I didn't really like that your gun disappeared, because during combat when you ping it identifies the enemy health bars to make it easier to know when they're going to perish or not, and it gives you the waypoint objective at the same time, and then it goes away after a few seconds, after 5 seconds. I think that's it. On melee, but that's gonna be on melee press. That's on lunging or lunging or whatever, lunging. On lunging, but that's, you have to lunge, and it's not gonna work the way I want to. I think we're good. For this type of mode, I think we're good. Now, what was I gonna do before the game crashed? Gonna make a new ink. Back to the script for inks. I already did that. That is the brain of the game. The brain needs to be done. I learned even more things this time during this session. I gotta test to see if that works. On. Oh, if we hit more than one. I see now. I broke it. I broke it. I broke it. Save again. I see now. Okay. Okay, so for that, then I have to do something then. How would I do that? Okay, so all that works. I know all of this works. The problem is deleting. We'll have to create a value for that. More. Oh, we don't have enough scripts here. Maybe. I know I don't have enough. Let's just do that in. What would that do though? We would have to add that, so that would be inc v. Now it's 0. We would have to set up the script here. So we would have that 1 plus 1 each. So that would be a set with a get and a 1. So the script would then come here then. Higher than 1? Have to do that, but it doesn't have to be, no, because if it's more than 1, that's the problem. If it's lower than 1, I wonder if I could do greater or lower, because I'm guessing this is what the AB stands for. AB higher, AB negative, AB negative, AB positive, and then AB. That's the only thing that I can think of, because I've used other programs, but they didn't word it like that. It's either greater or lower. Trials had the same thing. Gonna be a constant value. Gonna happen here is whatever that set value is, we're gonna have to say we're gonna get from that value. Or wherever the denominator is from ink. No, that's wrong. Denominator is 1. Higher than 1. It has to be higher than 1. But it says compare. So if it's higher than 1, true and spawn. So I'm creating like a gate. So I'm creating a gate. If it works, I don't know if gates work in Forge mode, but in professional software, the gate would be... This is what I was saying earlier about the gate with the number thing. So this is what the number would do, is if the player picks up an ink and it's hot and it's 1 or higher, then all the save stations will be active. When the number is lower than 1, then all the save stations will be deactive. That's how it's gonna work. So now we're gonna have to see if it actually works. So we have this script here. The initial value is 0 because we have none. So it's going to be 0, so it should be all false off the bat because it's constant. Now that's what should we know if it works or not. So all the save stations should be false right now. Not, so... So it doesn't work. Very interesting. Why don't you have that ability, bro? What's the point of having that there? Not what I want. Yeah, that's fine for comparing values. That's great, but more than that. Functions. power it though. That would be for like a zone or something. That'd probably work the same way. You can probably change the amount of iterations something has. Now I'm getting into complex territory here. I can keep the old system and penalize the player. I also want to try this, actually. I actually kind of want to try this based on the incremental value. I want to change this on the fly. I can change this on the fly, actually. That would be better. So we're going to say scrap this. Do a different... I'm going to find a different workaround. Okay. I guess I got an idea now. So what is the workaround going to be? So right now it is 0, so it's not going to work. Is it not working at all? Like at all? Maybe it's... That's the whole point of the script. If false delete, if on... Because on starting, it's false. Really driving me insane. I'm thinking maybe there's like an opposite effect going on. Pissing me off. Question mark? Of course, because I did it. Show me. So there's a problem with the switches. So maybe that was working. I'm gonna do it off spawn. I'm gonna turn them off because they're not supposed to be on anyway. So they're not supposed to be on anyway. Well, I know it works because I did it before, but the problem is... Well, we'll just do this on command then. So on command... On key, man. We could do iterations as well. Hope it's not a bug in the game where this doesn't work. I have to reset or something. That could be a possibility. We're starting 0. Let's just say as soon as we start... As soon as we start... And Wise. Don't have to add this. This is just... That defeats the whole purpose. That defeats the whole purpose of that. Oh, wait a minute. It's still on. Maybe that works. What is this? This is the ink. Let's see. This shouldn't work, and if it does, it's kind of annoying. Why? Why are this? Maybe I'm an idiot. Maybe there's something wrong. Maybe I'm the biggest idiot in the world, and I'm selecting the wrong things. No, I'm not. But I am. Because I said ink switch. Maybe that was actually working. Maybe that was actually working, but it doesn't really matter because I have a different different thing going on. Okay, so we have ink. Why do we have that for a reason? We have that for a reason. Wait a minute. Why do I have that? Value. Why are we gonna have an ink value? That was actually working. Value. Let's see if this is actually working, because I think... Because I made a mistake with the switches. Made a mistake with the switches. Have... As soon as we start, switches should be off. Hey, they are off. Wow. Okay. All of them don't work. Got one, the other one's up there. Okay, so they don't work. So I mean, it does work. It does work. It does work, and I made a mistake. All ink switches are there. We get one. So it doesn't matter how many inks we pick up, we're going to get one. If it's greater than one, then it works. If it's less than one, then it doesn't work. That's what AB should stand for. that's greater than and less than a certain value. The workaround was going to be is every time I pick up an ink ribbon, the total value of the compare value will raise. So if you pick up 2 ink ribbons and a calculation is 2, the game will know that it's 2, and it will raise the total value to 2. That was going to be the workaround if this didn't work. So we have 2 alternate calculations going on here. But since this one, I would say, works, then the greater value works, then the alternative would be to increase the value of the total value. So when the total values link, then you can save. Then the save stations are active. When the total value is below a certain threshold, then it doesn't work. So now the greater, it kind of saves time having greater and less, and then I have to do additional work to increase and decrease the total value to compare. So you have 2 different mathematical equations that you could do that both equal the same result. So now, when I start, my invisible total value is 0. I cannot save either what save station I have. When I pick up this ink ribbon, this hockey puck, you could say, then the option should appear and it doesn't. The option should appear, but it doesn't. So now it doesn't work. Now. I could use the workaround if I want to. So AB doesn't work, so maybe it's the opposite. Go. Now it's fine. Now it works. So when I pick this up, it just don't work anymore? Range. So if I pick that up and it's below 1, then it doesn't work. But then if it's above 1, I don't think it works the way that I'm trying. I think this AB is totally different than what I'm thinking, that it's greater than and lesser than. I don't think that's what it means at all. And I can my game crashed by reading the card. Compares 2 numerical input values, returning true or false for each result. But it doesn't tell you what the AB and the opposite AB means. So we already have a problem already. What's the point of having those other 2 options if you're not going to tell me what they mean? You have all the other cards in the editor tell you, they give you a brief description on what it's designed to do. Oh my goodness, bro. It's fucking killing me. Maybe I can do that, but I have to use other mathematical cards in the editor to make that happen. I can actually do the workaround because I know this works. So now it's going to say A equals B. So meaning that if I have 1, then it's going to work. If I have 0, it doesn't work. I know that works 100% because I do that all the time. So right now I have 1. This door is blocking the way here. If I can like clear that debris out. Pick up another hockey puck. Now, all these values are working now. 1. I click it. But that one's... What? What is going on is beyond me. This doesn't even work. This does not even work. Why doesn't it work? I don't know. What's the point of even doing this if it doesn't even work? What's the point of having those there? Every 10 milliseconds, it's always hitting an impulse, like a heartbeat. Every 10 milliseconds, it's hitting an impulse, right? And so an impulse is already being charged there. The problem is it's not working. If true, you spawn everything on. If untrue, you spawn everything off. Based on the number value. The number value is 0, so if it's 0, everything is off. If it's 1, everything is on. But I think that's the problem. That it's working exactly as is intended. It's working exactly as it's intended. Every time I hit an ink, it should turn on. Every time I hit a save station, everything should turn off. But it kind of defeats the whole purpose of this, if that makes sense. Or does it make sense? Because if it's true... Okay, but no. This is working 100%. I gave you a value of 1. Every time I save, I have to subtract that value. On each save station. Working exactly the way it's supposed to. So now I have to go to the save station and deactivate 1. Every time you save, it deactivates 1. Every time you save, it deactivates 1. Every time you pick up an ink ribbon, it activates 1. Plus 1, minus 1. And this script is going to determine if that value really works or not. So I'm going to give it a save, but then now I have to do the workaround, which I said I have to do. This is going to be really annoying. So I have to go to the save points. I know it's ink V. So in ink V, every time I save, man, a lot of work. Grab one of these. Ink V, ink value. I can copy ink value. Now we can't just say set. That doesn't work. It has to go increments. Has to add. We can't set. Set is default. It has to add. Compare another value here. Get it from ink V. Now we're going to say -1, which that's what we wanted. Every one of these are going to be -1. Gonna see if that works. As soon as I start. Save stations don't work. Pick one up. We can save at whatever one we want. Gonna pick up another hockey puck. We can go to another save station, doesn't matter which one we want. Save here again. So it doesn't matter if we save here or die here, we're gonna test that after. Because we can save again, so... This is where we're gonna like crisscross and try to break it. So now all the save stations are on. I actually don't even know if that counts. That doesn't count as one. Doesn't count as a save station. Or does it? Because we saved. I'm gonna... Well, because I want to see if this value works or not. Okay, so when it comes to the save stations, I'm gonna say off, because this is not gonna be a one-time use. Off. Off. What's gonna happen is, because I don't want the points to not calculate because I had that option turned on. So this could be remain off because there's an option to turn it off. So we saved. We get another save ink ribbon. We can go to another one if we want to. Save. Now the test is what happens if I pick up two of them. One. Have two. It's not gonna work. And the reason why it's not gonna work, it's because... Okay, so we're not going to... that a little bit. Work. Now I have to save again because I changed the orientation of that pod. Drops from the stratosphere. So every time I pick up an ink, so you gotta do a declare for this. know that it's 0. Every time we pick up an ink, it's gonna go negative, positive 1. Variable, variable. What is it going to do? It's going to say add the total value to 1. Every time I pick up an ink ribbon, it's going to raise the total value, compare. I wonder if I can... I'm thinking about incremental values here. That's not going to work. Okay. Same calculation. Okay, so the total value is 1. We're setting it. This one has to be T. Has to be T. That's 1. So meaning that the value will then be it will trigger it to 1. So we pick up 2, then it's 2 when we hit a save station. Now we have to go back to the save station and negative 1 each one. So I have to melt my brain anymore today. Good work, but I'm not sure. So, activate 1, it's gonna work. Activate 2, work. Activate a save station. Gonna activate all at once. Oh. I don't know what's happening. I can't see the number. I can create a visual representation on the screen to know if this is... This is just so complicated now. So I picked up 2. I save. I'm gonna -1 that. So I pick up 1. I pick up 2. So it's 2. I have 2 in IncV and 2 in IncVT. I use a save station. I -1. I hit a save station. Oh no, I didn't even set it. That's my bad. My game crashed. Aha, just why does it have to crash? That is unfortunately bad, and it has nothing to do with me. That is 343 Industries' problem. Microsoft Studios. Every time the game crashes, it's a byproduct of their laziness for not fixing those issues. Now I have to... I figured out what I was doing wrong, so I did something wrong, so I know it works 100%. The problem is, the game crashed, so I have to redo anything that... I have to do it again, because the editor's terrible. Well, that is a problem with the game, and that is a... That brings the program's rating down and the game's rating down drastically. Every time your program or game crashes, it severely negatively affects your product. Because it's not a good product. If I buy a car and all my tires fall off constantly while I'm driving, it's not a very good car, is it? The most annoying thing is to have patience. I have patience, but the average Joe is not going to have patience. He's going to delete it and never use it again. So we have that. And over time, I'm able to deal with it more. In the past, I used to, like, curse and yell and get angry. But now, after it's done so many times, I'm kind of exhausted my options. We're gonna see if I'm gonna go eat something because I'm hungry and I'm tired. Okay, so... Let's see if all of this is working properly. It is. Gonna see if all of this is... working properly. It is. This was not done properly because I made a mistake. Forgot to change the tag. So this is the workaround. So this is my workaround. Problem-solving skills is a must in any sort of software management. If one tool doesn't work, you got to make the tool work somehow. Now you can save, because just in case it crashes, and I don't have to redo progress again. And if you're actually building a game on your computer, you would have to make 2 backup saves, just in case the one fails. Because it would suck to lose everything. You know, because of a hard drive corruption error or something, or a game program corruption error or something. But if it's a program corruption error, there's nothing you can really do about it, right? Like, if the program is that bad, then my best advice is to never use it again, because if it happens again, you lose all the progress, right? Obviously, if it was a professional engine, all your models are still saved. Problem is, it's linking everything together. You'll lose all of that, and that is heartbreaking. And that program goes from a 10 out of 10 to a 0 out of 10, and in one instance. Maybe not that low, but having a problem like that happen in your program is pretty catastrophic. You start to lose trust in the programming. And that's happened to me before. That's actually happened to me before in other game editors, and entire communities have stopped being my friend because I've expressed my criticism of these terrible mechanics that will happen. Any program or game editor that deletes your save that has a constant problem that does that constantly is a garbage beyond garbage program that should never be used again. Because the trust is out the window, meaning that I'll do all of this and I'll lose everything. And that's not because of a hard drive corruption error. It's because of an internal defect within the program itself. That is terrible. That's what Trials Rising and Trials Fusion had. Trials Fusion, the chances of that happening to you in Trials Fusion is like once in a blue moon. The chances of that happening in Trials Rising is every time I sneeze. So it's very common that's going to happen. So it's not a very good program at all. Mainly because of that bug alone, the rating drastically gets decreased very low. And don't even get me started about the other persistent bugs that happens. Like, this editor is nothing compared to what I've used in the past and with other programs that are just disastrous when it comes to these defects and these bugs. Disastrous. Disastrous. Like if people are complaining about this game, then they need to experience what something garbage actually is. Right? They need to go do that. Because I experienced that. And it's kind of healthy to experience that, because it'll be like, okay, I know what's really bad. So then you can actually let's lay out some standards, be like, okay, this program is terrible, never use that again. Let's try to find something that's better. Or you can build your own. But that in itself is a lot of work as well. So if you're ambitious enough to code your own program or game engine from scratch, then good luck to you there. Some people are that ambitious enough to do that, and some people prefer that. Because if they made it, then it's their work, and everything's going to work exactly as they want, instead of using someone else's program and learning other people's tools. And that's the reason why video game design is so complicated, because like, there's all these programs to use, but then you have to learn their programs and their tools. And here's the problem. that program may not have the tool that I desire. Then I have to make that tool myself. And maybe it's not even compatible. Maybe it doesn't even work in that program. And it should work, but it doesn't. People say, "But it's all this." No, it's not all the same. If it was, then it wouldn't be so. And I hate the other programs that charge you like an arm and a leg just to use the program. There are programs that you have to pay like thousands of dollars a year in order to use the software. There's certain softwares that are completely free. The problem is they take more work to use, and I think that this is how they get you. Is you pay for the $1,000 software, you get tools that get the job done quicker. If you use the free-to-use software, it takes longer to do it. And that's the catch. You want to get ripped off for money? Or do you want to take longer to... You probably learn more skills to do it the bare bones way than to use the AI way or whatever with the program. And then these companies are scummy. They set up like different subscription tiers where you have to pay like a monthly subscription fee. Be like, you want the AI? You have to pay us this. You want the better tools? You have to pay us this. Or you can have the shitty garbage tools. And that's free. That's how they get you. And that's why I don't really like making games professional, because it's either I have to code my own program from scratch, or I have to use somebody else's program to make what I want to make. And then they have those scummy garbage subscription fees on top of it. Be like, hey, you want the good stuff? Pay us money. Lots of money. Or you can use the garbage tools. That's all free. And that's what they're doing. That a lot of the game design companies are doing that. And the subscriptions fees are so expensive. Unless you're middle class or above and have a good paying job, you're not going to afford any of that. Like, some of this stuff is half your rent. Like, that's how much money it is. It's like $500 okay, it's not that expensive. It's about $200 a month to use that stuff. And we don't even know the hidden fees that are involved. There could be hidden fees, like you want extra video editing software stuff, or effects editing software, 3D effects, or After Effects, or this or that for your game, and then you have extra models or AI or this or that, and I don't like it. It's not gambling, but it's like subscription fees. It's like rent, and plus you're renting the software. It's not even yours. You don't own it. You have to rent the license. You have to rent the software, and then you have like asset stores, and you gotta be like, if I buy this asset, can I use it in my game to sell? So then you have license requirements, and license this and license that, and you have licenses within licenses, and conflicting licenses, and then it's all a mess. And this is why video game design is so bad, because it's just all conjumbled on top of each other. This is why I think there should just be one program that does everything. But it's not like that. You have one for modeling, one for effects, one for this, one for that, and then each program has its own like subscription tiers, and I'm an older person. I don't care. I'm much older. I'm not young and naive. I see through all that bullshit. And they do that with the games too, like the microtransactions and the battle passes. It's the same scummy tactics. It's the same thing. Except now you're just wasting your money, because now you're just playing a video game and you're buying shirts and cosmetics, like these fake things for your character in the game. It's not like in real life where I can buy a shirt and wear the shirt on my body versus like a visual shirt in the game. Like, to me, it's just a waste of money. I mean, I guess if you want to buy it, sure, but then if you're going to pay $25 for a virtual shirt for your character, that doesn't really mean anything. And then the companies can just take it away whenever they want to with the DRM garbage. That's probably one of the reasons why I'm being severely shadow banned, to be honest. Because I think a few years ago when I started talking about this stuff, all of a sudden, nobody watches my stuff anymore. It's like they just hit the shadow banned fucking option to your channel. Be like, you guys, you want to talk truth about the scummy tag, and we're going to shadow ban you. Meanwhile, on the internet, there are people that do so much worse. Like, so much worse. Like, actual illegal stuff. Immoral stuff. And I'm over here just laying down the facts about how these companies steal your money. And I get it. I get it. It takes a lot of time to make programs and everything, but sometimes it's just too expensive. Like, if somebody wants $200 a month for video game design software, like, you must be joking here. There's just no way. $50 a month is more understandable. But even maybe $100 a month is too much, but I can argue with $100 a month. You know, if you want to do subscription tiers, like, they have to have real benefits. And I'm sure they do, but the prices just start racking up. Like, if you want the AI, you want the better tools. And that's kind of annoying, because I've seen them. Maybe they changed them, and maybe people have complained and they lost their sales. Right, and you have to buy like something called seats or whatever. And then what's even worse is they have like gatekeepers surrounding it. I hate gatekeepers. Gatekeepers are the worst. Gatekeepers is like somebody, like, if you have to know somebody to get a place in something. It's almost like, this is like almost based in like favoritism or whatever. It's like really, really bad, unfaithful, and that's what video game design is. It's so bad. So that's why a lot of people, younger people, they can't get into it, because it's either it's too much work or it's too hard, or you get the subscription garbage that you have to deal with, and then you bug your parents, hey, can I buy this thing for $200 a month? No, go make your own money. And then even if you go work at the coffee shop for how many hours a week, you still don't have enough to do that. So my best advice is to use the free stuff. At least you got something. Use the free stuff. Make it in the free stuff. It's going to take lots more work. You have AI. You can ask AI the questions now. It will probably asking an AI will probably steer you down the better path, because you can ask an AI that's probably more intelligent than a person in certain aspects. And he will, especially game design, like technology stuff, and he will steer you down the right direction instead of going online and looking up on all these help forums, and people don't know what the hell they're talking about. They'll give you the wrong advice, or there are people who like to troll. So there are people who literally like to lie and screw people over on purpose in order to screw you over. Why is this not in the center? I just noticed this. That window was not in the center. So this one's not in the center? Well, where was I? Did my game crash? I totally forgot now. I went on a rant and I don't know what happened. So is my save stations working now? I configured all of that. Figured all of this. And don't even get me started about the yearly subscription, because they pay you, it's like $250 a month or something, plus tax, because this is an American product, possibly. So in Canada, you're $300 a month, plus, and that's with the tax, so $300 a month, plus any other interest fees that the company has, plus the tax of the company, plus the hidden subscription fees. So you have additional subscription hidden fees. And then you have and then they screw you over. They have the yearly price. So if you can't pay it monthly because you're poor as hell, then you have to pay the yearly subscription fee, which is like 5,000, or I don't think it's that much, but it's like $2,000 or $2,600 a year, which is more. And if you do the math, if you're smart, and you say 300 times 12 versus what the total amount that they want, you realize that the monthly subscription fee is cheaper, or actually the monthly subscription fee is way more expensive than the yearly subscription fee. But then you realize you put your brain to the test and be like, okay, what's the difference? Like, obviously it's way cheaper. Like, it's $2,600 for the yearly subscription fee, but then if it's 300 times 12, I'm guessing it's like 4,000 or something like that. So it's like it's more or double more or whatever. And so then then you got to say, okay, well, now they're ripping me off. So if I can't afford the subscription fee, they're going to charge me more monthly or something like that, you know what I mean? And that's usually, I've seen it. Like, I've seen it there. Like, I've seen the subscription fees. I'm like, this is crazy. This is crazy. Like, I understand the monthly thing. It makes sense. But you shouldn't be charging more than $50 or $100 maximum. Like the government should step in and be like, hey, screw you. There should be limits on subscription fees. And should be limits on rent, too. Right? And I understand why they disregarded the limits, because of the economy, and you have to balance the economy, and it all doesn't make sense to me. Even Jesus Christ didn't even like the system. And that was like 2,000 years ago. Even the only time he got angry was like when he was trying to understand the stupid human system that we have developed, which is this money system that doesn't make any sense. It's like it's supposed to do something, and it's supposed to do something, but then it can be taken advantage of so easily. And that's the reason why there's like politics are like so divided between the people, because like it's not even about politics. It's about learning how to make a system that's fair for everybody. And it's not fair. Because money could be the root of all evil, but it shouldn't be. It should be about giving the right amount of portions equally to everybody to make it fair. But sometimes it's not like that at all. Blows my brains out. And if you talk about it, you're crazy, apparently. You're senile. Well, I think the world would be a much better place if people did what I'm doing instead of fucking killing each other on the other side of the world. Because obviously there's probably one country that wants to steal your water, and they want to steal all your food or whatever. And so that's why they fight amongst each other, because there has to be some sort of incentive, or they just create an incentive out of their cheeks, out of the air, be like, this guy's the enemy, we gotta kill them, we hate him, or whatever. It's just something so stupid all the time. Welcome to human nature. Unfortunately, human nature is crazy. I mean, I think there's got to be like a rule dynamic. Like, you're a kid. Obviously, you're stupid. But when you get to a certain age, that stupidity should lessen, but I guess it doesn't. I know it's hard. It's hard. It's hard. Bad habits, everything. I understand. I get it. I have them too. But fuck, man. Even me cursing be considered bad. I think all of this works. Now I'm going to like try to test the map and break it. I'm testing my own. Oh, can you imagine if 343 Industries took the time to test the game before releasing it? And I think the reason why they can't do that because we have Microsoft Studios choking them on the deadline, so they have to release something by a certain deadline. So if it's completely beyond busted, they're going to release it anyways. And then you have a busted game that's completely busted and unfinished, and then us players, we don't know what's going on in the background because we don't work there. We don't know about how bad the work environment is. It's probably really bad, but we don't even know. But if the suits are choking you to death on the deadlines, so you have a certain deadline to do something. If you don't do it within that deadline, then you fail. And that is a failed product, and that's why everyone hates this game. If you type this game online, Halo Infinite Online, everyone is upset about it because it's unfinished. And I think the reason why it's unfinished is because the higher-ups that make all the decisions, they control all the deadlines, they want it out the door in like 2 or 3 years or whatever. They give you a certain amount of time. So maybe it's either it's a developer issue or a leader issue. If it's a leader issue, then fire the leaders and put better leaders in. The end goal should be making a good product. Okay, you shouldn't take your entire life to do it as well. Like, you should work as a team to do it. Like, it should be like a duh. Like, it should be self-explanatory. And I this is not the only studio that suffered from this. I think it's just greed. I think people just are lazy. It's greed, or it could be a leadership problem, or it could be a developer problem, which is also considered as a laziness or whatever. Like if you have a certain deadline to do something, it's like me. I don't have a deadline, right? But I kind of work more than an average person, and I'm earning $0 from this. This is all because I want to do it. I love doing it. Like, so if you're getting paid to do this, then the end goal should be to make it the best you can possibly can. And since you're working with other professionals in the company as well, you have other professionals doing this. So if you need help, you can ask AI now, and then you can ask your coworkers. You can ask other people to help you, like healthy environments. Like, I really don't like I don't really like the notion of being a competitive job either, because you can just lose it because you're not, I don't know, performing as you should. I feel like the end goal should be the game. The game should be the ultimate goal. What is the goal? The game should be good. Everybody, or the 200 to 2,000 employees that are working on the game, the different areas of expertise that they're doing, should we be focusing on the game? If a guy is in charge of AIs, let him do AIs. If a guy does textures, let him do textures. A guy does invisible walls, let him do invisible walls. You have the testers, you have the animators, you have the modelers, you have the guys who put all the set pieces on the map, you have the guys who maintain the memory of the game, the frame rate of the game, the effects artists, the video editors, the guys who publish the game. Like there's just so many different sectors, so many different areas, but I have to kind of like do that all by myself. So that's why, like, being an indie developer, you learn more skills because now you're doing everything yourself. Instead of relying on, like, if everyone just has an understanding of what things do, your company will just be better. It's just crazy. Maybe one day I can work for a company again. And maybe make greatness, but it's gonna be really hard, especially in this work environment nowadays, where jobs like this are so hard to get into. They don't pay enough, and you're kind of stuck. And they're actually super risky. They're not worth your time because you can get fired for no reason. Like, it's so strict. Like, you do something wrong that's probably not even your fault because the program they're using sucks, and you get fired. Or they lay you off. Or they replace you with AI, because AI is unfortunately better in certain regards. Because an AI doesn't make a mistake. An AI doesn't need to think. It does it right away. That's the problem with AI. AI eventually will replace human beings, will replace a lot of jobs. In a way, that's a good thing, but we kind of have robots doing everything anyways, which is kind of annoying. What happens if one day we lose all our power? We lose all the internet. We lose the cell phone communications. Everything is a total blackout. We go right back to the fucking Stone Age, bro. I think we're just stupid as human beings, because, like, we have everything on the internet. We have everything connected to the power. We have everything... If we lose that... Shouldn't we have, like, a backup plan? Just in case it fails? Like, when I make these games, I always have a backup plan. No, if one thing doesn't work, I have another thing just in case. Or if none of them work, then I guess they just don't work because the program doesn't support it. But there's always a workaround. There's always a workaround. But we didn't have a greater... There probably is a way to set it up, and I just don't know how with the other tools, and I have to connect them together. But it would be options just to have like a tool that just says greater or less, that, like, quality of life improvement. This editor is obviously unfinished because you can't change a color of an object if you want to. It has to be a specific size, and you have to spawn and despawn it to mimic a change of a color. So that's your workaround. Right, but if this was a better editor, you would have a script card that changes a texture or an object of a color by script. On and off, or change it from purple to green by a script, by a switch, by a zone, by whatever. Well, you can do that, but it's with a workaround, and it's kind of annoying. It's tedious. Still do that, though. Okay, I want to see if this works now. I'm done ranting about life. So this shouldn't work, right? Yeah, this shouldn't work. So why is it working? Oh, that's why. That's why. No, I actually don't know why it's not working. Well, I know why it's working. So it's 0 between 0 works. So right now it's 0 compares 0 is on. So it's working the way it's supposed to. So what I could do here is I could say If it's 0, it's going to be automatically set to, and then we can just set this actually. So we're going to set this to -1. No, but it has to be the 0. So on false. I don't know, but that's going to ruin the whole thing. Damn, this is gonna be so hard. Okay, so I can say the compare value, when it's false, it automatically sets it to -1, which is not going to work. The problem is that's a different value. Also false. That's a -1, but if I get 1, that's it. No, that's gonna break it because it's on false. If it's set to -1, but I'm setting it all the way down to -1. We're setting it. If I say if true, I'm going to be setting it to what? So if I pick up an ink ribbon, if I pick up any of these ink ribbons, I should set it to zero, but the problem is I have to say 1 though. I'm gonna create a this is gonna be hard. Because now I'm gonna create another workaround to creating a max value. I have to create a max value now. Compare. This is hard. Okay, so what I'm gonna have to do here, I have to set a max, but that's a different value. That's gonna be a max value thing that determines that. So it's gonna be set to -1. So I don't want to do this. I don't want to do this. So, okay, I got a better idea. So at the start, I'm going to set this to -1. Okay, so at the start, it's already -1, so it doesn't work. None of the typewriters are working until you pick up an ink ribbon. Then it will set the value to 1. And then it will work after that. But the starting value has to be -1. I don't even have to say -1. I can just set the... I know, but the problem is it's going to add, right? Fuck. Gonna add that. Gonna add 1. It's not gonna set to 1, it's gonna add 1. So if it was -1, it's gonna add it to 0 because it was -1. So we would have to set it to 0 for all of them. No, we can't do that though. If I set it to -1, oh no, but the problem is I can't do that. It's because it's 3. Haha. Another. Okay, so it's what I got here in the beginning is good. Now I have to figure out the mathematical equation to what it's going to do after. What is it going to do? I have to say set number value to -1. Then inc v, so inc vt total value. I'm gonna have to say we can make another compare tree. I can make another compare tree. I think I would have to do that. I have to make another compare tree. That's the only way. Whenever I pick up another, it doesn't matter out of the 3 ink ribbons. Doesn't matter what I pick up. Doesn't matter what I pick up. Doesn't matter which one I pick up. It's going to set the number value to 0. I can't say 0 on all of them. So compare is going to be 0. And our total value going to be our operand A. So on operand A, so how will this compare? Okay, so when we get 0, it will be 0. We'll set it to 0. So what's going to happen is if I pick up an ink ribbon, it's going to say 0. If it's 0, we're going to say 0. Problem is, I'm afraid it's going to break. Yeah, I'm just worried about the breaking. Okay, so we can't pick up any save points. Can pick up an ink ribbon. 1, but does it work? I can't see the value, so that's annoying. But I can debug it. It passes through. Say 0. Oh, it's 0, so it works automatically. It's working automatically. I want it to work automatically. If it's 0, though, compare if it's 0. On gameplay start. On game start. Automatically. Already at 0. But if it's at 0, why doesn't this work? But it's not gonna work because it's not gonna work because as soon as I pick that up, it's gonna set it to 0. It's not gonna work. We're gonna set that to 0. It's gonna be 1. So what's gonna need to happen is, if that's going to be setting it to 0, right now it's -1. Set that to -1. Let's just not do this. It's gonna be -1. Screw that. That's not gonna work. That's not gonna work. That's already set to -1. This doesn't work. When I pick this up, it works now. But that doesn't work because I'm picking up 1 and it's setting it to 0. So I will have to make a delay. I'm gonna make a save because I think this is gonna work. 84 years this takes. So everything works, your points work, but these are delayed. Or is it just that? I think I just gotta delay this one. Because this is your actual ink value. Not gonna work. So I kind of would like, okay, so if that's your ink value goes to 1. I'm gonna try this. If that works. Nothing works. Hockey puck. Did a delay, so I don't know. I think it's constantly setting it to 0. I think that's the issue. It's constantly setting that to 0. Don't want that to be set to 0. I wish you could have a multi-splitter activation event. That would be so good if I can have a multi-splitter event. But we don't have that option. Activate this. Doesn't make any other sense. Wonder if I could still... Actually, will it... I think that's the whole... I'm gonna see if I understand this correctly. Because now we have an iteration. Okay? So if we have one iteration, this only works once. Not constant. So if we have 0 iterations, then none of this will work, I'm guessing. So even if we hit the hockey puck, yeah, so this doesn't work because we don't have an iteration. There's no iterations happening. If there's no iterations happening, this actually... That would actually be a very, very powerful tool for that. That's actually a super powerful tool. I never even thought about that. So I was thinking about other things. So we have iterations now. So because every n seconds, so this would actually work really well here because it's not... Okay, but this one we need constant iterations, right? This one we just need 1 iterations. 1 n iterations, interval iterations. So we have 1 iteration. So for this, it's fine. This one we only want to hit the iteration 1 time. And I hope I can like change the amount of iterations I could have, plugging in a number variable to change the iterations on the fly. So how many times an iteration can actually happen on command. So we're going to execute an iteration. And we're going to see how it goes from there. No. Pick up this Oreo. One iteration though. So that's not exactly how I'm running. I have to turn that off. So I have to turn the adoration off. wonder if I can just hit it once and then after 1 second. Okay, I want to see this. I just want to see this if it's going to work the way that I want to. So we're going to hit it. Means I have to make another one now. I'm going to have to call this I'm going to call it called again, that thing. Iter. I'm going to call it short form for iteration. So we're going to have the iteration set to 1 off the bat. And we're going to get the iteration from the set value, which is 1. If it allows me to do that, that would be nice. Doesn't even have to be global. This could be local. And now I'm going to set the new iteration. We're going to put this after because we don't need that. That's just a test. We're going to set the new iteration, which is 0. I want to see if that works. Because if it hits 1 second again, we're going to have 1 second to do that, though. Obviously, we're going to have 1 second. So it's going to hit an iteration, but the iteration... Okay, so the iteration should not be 0. What am I doing here? The iteration is 1. Why would it be 1, though? The iteration should be 1. I want to see. Not gonna work. Not working the way that I wanted to. I can actually even make a timer like this, if you think about it. We can actually make an actual timer like this if we want to. A new timer on the screen. Because what we have to do is we just have to say 1. We can change, if we can change that print number thing, we can make an actual timer, even a countdown timer if we want to. And we would just have to say set declare number, subtract -1 per every second, and it would just say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We can actually make a timer and everyone can see that timer on the screen. I actually kind of want to do that now. I kind of actually want to do the timer thing. The better timer. Kind of want to do the timer now. It's not the best timer in the world, but it's really good timer. It's actually accurate. Yeah, it's super accurate. I'm doing all this mumbo jumbo garbage right now, trying to get this to work. Now I'm at a loss. Like, everything works correctly. It's just the set number is off. I'm creating a max value now. So my max value, what is my max value? 1. Every time we pick that up, it's 1. So it's 1. So it's -1 by default. So why do we have the -1? The iterations. How was I doing this with the iterations now? Like, what is the point of doing this? It's always going to be calculating 1. If I can cut the iteration load, which I can. So we're going to set that to 0. We can compare that to 0. But why? No, but it has to compare to 0 first before it goes to 0. No, but it has to compare to 0. But what is it going to make 0? Because it's -1 right now. When I pick up an item, it's 0. It translates it to 0. Therefore, it sets to 0. The problem is the setting of 0. Hit 1, and then it sets it to 0. Why do we have to delay it, though? We have to delay it because we hit a 1, and then it's going to go 0. That's going to hit 1, maybe? Okay, I think this is incorrect. Because now, when I hit, it's going to say 1. This has to be switched around because this is not going to work. The value has to hit 0 first before the initial value begins. Super nerd here right now. This is incorrect. So incorrect. This is the value for the ink ribbon. This is the total value of the ink ribbon. This is the initial value. This is the total value. The total value has to reach the threshold first before this can occur. Because I'm creating a threshold right now. A max threshold. For the max threshold to work, this has to work. And we don't even know if that's actually accurate on the timer because it's... And this is a different problem already altogether. So, we're going to hit the total value. When we hit the total value, it's going to say 0. And then when in half a second, this value occurs. So this can be whatever it wants to be, actually. It'd be 10 milliseconds, and you just keep pumping it over and over again. So we're going to hit 0 because the iteration is going to be gone. Supposedly. So the iteration is 1. As soon as I hit this value, we're going to say 0 and the iteration will be gone. Supposedly if it works like that. The way that I'm working. Execute iteration. Don't we want to say current? Allow us. Because now we have an iteration. Because we already tested that. We made that 0 and it didn't work. So if we set that to 1 right away. Okay, but why do we want to do that though? Why do I want to set it to 1? Because if it's 1, it works immediately. But then it's 0 and it doesn't work immediately. And we have to pick up the item first for it to even register. The 1 to even happen. So what I would have to do is I would have to set this to 0. Because this calculation didn't even work. This calculation only works when I complete this calculation. So when I hit this, then I have to say this. So then I have to set this to 1. I will set this to 1. Oh, I hope this works. I really hope this works. I could, because the other ones worked. All of this works. Alright, we're gonna set an iteration to 0, 1, I'm guessing, right? Yeah. So this one's gotta be set to 1. It's currently set to 0. We gotta set this one to 1, or this won't work. And then when it works, we set it to 0. We have 50 milliseconds to set that to 1. So our iteration's there. Our iteration, we're going to set the value to 1, set the iteration to 1. Then constantly, when it's set to 1, it will compare to 0 automatically right away. And then it will send... then it will compare the value and for this calculation to work, but the iteration won't work again. We'll see how it works. I want to see what it does now. So our iterations are now working. No save station is working at the moment. Hit the ink ribbon. Didn't work. And I think I know why it didn't work. It's happening too fast. Doesn't make any sense. So what I would need to do is I would need to say... N second, 5 seconds? 10 seconds. And I have to say... So we know that iteration doesn't work in 0. We know it works in 1. We have 50 milliseconds until we have the compare value to work. So it's every 10 seconds. But problem is, it's comparing to 0 right away. That's the problem. So it's comparing to 0 right away. Maybe I should... We want the 0 to work right away, but we don't want it to shut off right away. And I think that's what's killing the switch. So I'm going to say, since we have 50 milliseconds to work with, I'm going to say 30 milliseconds of time is enough to make this work. So the iteration will go back to 0. It will do its due diligence. It will do its 0 set for then to turn off the iteration. I don't, because it's always going to set it to 0. It done its job. And then after 20 more milliseconds, the new initial value will set in. How it's going to be. The problem is, it's going to do that for all of them. I don't want to do that for all of them, though. That's the problem. You can say a value of 1. We don't want to set a value of 1. We want to set a value of 1. We want to add a value of 1. But now we're running into the same problem again now. Because now we have 3 iterations setting it to 1. And I just want one of these to work. So as soon as we hit an ink, it doesn't matter which one it is. The other iterations should stop. Oh, I have no idea. I want to try the timer, though. The timer idea is pretty cool. The new timer, not the broken timer that I did. Make a tutorial on that, actually. Replace it with the other garbage that I had on the channel. An actual HUD tutorial that actually works properly. Then we're gonna do, actually, I can help that with Hunter. You can have like a tutorial for a HUD timer and a start timer at the same time if he wants. And it would not even be that much code. It would just be like 7 additional cards calculating something. You can turn it on and off based on a switch. So, what was the problem? The problem was, I'm going to say 0 iterations. So the iterations are not going to work anymore. So we should print the 0 only 1 0. This is killing me already. Because we know if we have 0 iterations, this every n seconds does not work. We've tested that out already. Now, the only thing that I'm thinking of is that it's not going to work anymore. Which defeats the whole purpose of this max value script to begin with. But what I could do is I could do something even simpler. I don't have to do any of this iteration bullshit and changing the max values or whatever. What I could do... Oh, the problem is the switches are going to work as its compare value anyway. I was thinking about something else, but then that's going to break as well. Break. Is it going to break? Okay, we say iteration to 0. I'm just gonna so that works. We hit 1, but it's not working. That's the problem. It is not working. Why is it not working? We have -1. We have -1. So what is it going to do? So I'm going to go back to the drawing board here. We have -1. When I set it, it sets it to 1. Adds 1, so it's going to be 0. I just hope that it's 0. I just don't know. I don't know if it's 0. That's the problem. I'm thinking that it's negative, something +1 equals 0. Could be completely wrong, though. So I can actually just print a number to tell me if it's actually working or not. So I can print a number. Not working. I know it's not working. I'm going to hit this ink ribbon. Working. So it works. It works. So why isn't it working? I think it's because you have so much limited data on what I can see. This helps, but only by a little bit. So -10 is working right now. Constantly -10. That tells you that it's off. When I hit this hockey puck, still off. -10 is still working. Okay, that tells me that this is not working. So meaning that the condition is not being true. So meaning that when I'm hitting +1, it's not, when I'm saying adding 1, it's not adding 1. Because I think it's -1. So we started with 0. So I'm guessing when it's negative, it doesn't calculate to 1. That's all I wanted to know. So there is something happening when we are below 0. It does not go +0. I was thinking in my brain, maybe if I say -1, add 1, it goes to 0. Because mathematically speaking, -1 equals 0, and then 1, 2, 3. But maybe that conversion does not happen. Maybe there's like a limit of 0 and below 0. So the print to feed gives you a visual representation of what's actually going on, which helps a lot. There's another alternative we could do is like spawning an object on the field if it turns red or green or something. That's your alternative to see if it works. So what I have to do here is I have to figure out a different way to do this. So if I had 0, if it's compared to 0, it will work automatically because that's the way it's designed to do. It's comparable. The problem is I want a max value. So how do I create a max value from 0? Because we know that it's off. Right now it's 0. Meaning it's going to be on no matter what. So what happens if I... I have an idea, actually. I have a pretty genius idea. I've never thought about doing this, but I have a pretty genius idea now. I'm always thinking about workarounds, and I have to think about... I have to have a big brain. Now, the reason why I thought about this idea is because I did this in trials. And I think this is going to work here. Okay, I'm going to scrap all of this, but now I kind of want to do the timer thing. So I'm going to do the timer thing. The timer thing is going to be a thing. So I'm going to test the timer. So I'm going to make a little timer here. Fuck the iteration garbage. Pardon my French. We're not going to do any of this bullshit. Way too complicated. Okay, so we still have that. We don't have to have any of this because there was another problem here with the iterations. Are we still going to keep seconds and end seconds? No. Gotta love this annoying bug too. What value is that? So we have... Yeah, we gotta love... This is another bug in the editor that's really super duper annoying. It hides the value for whatever reason. It puts a black square on it. That is another bug that I hate. It drives me insane in the brain. Because that confuses the whole process. That's another bug. In the editor. So we have Inc V and Inc VT, and we're just gonna call this... One of them has to be Inc VT. What? Why is it doing this? Oh, why are you doing this? Oh man, bro. Why? Why do you do this? Why are you doing this bug? Please, stop it. Oh my goodness. I probably have to erase all of these. Super duper annoying. What an annoying bug that is. Wow, that is really annoying, actually. Okay, let's see if I can eliminate this bug. Apparently, a bug happened, so I have to rewrite the letters. I actually don't know what causes that bug, to be honest. Really annoying. Like, it still works, but problem is, it would be even more annoying if it didn't work. It would just make a black square there and it doesn't tell you anything. That actually be worse. So what was the thing I wanted to do? Oh yeah, it was the animation thing. Okay. All right. So on gameplay start, you have to move object. It'll be easier to move it to a transformation. Then we can revert it back. I mean, reversal. I'm gonna revert it back. It's actually better than move. Okay, we'll move object to transformation is a little bit better because this is a super powerful tool as well. The things that you could do with this. Let's say if you had an object moving side to side, right? And you set your destination object to your object while the object is moving side to side. So you could have like it move back and forth while it moves side to side. So you can create moving platforms that move with other platforms while it's moving side to side. I'm probably going to use this for my ladder as well. Okay, so move object to transformation. We're going to have to say we have to do 3 of them because there are going to be 3 transformations. And this is going to be the max value. So I'm going to have a max value for this now. I want to do a timer, so I don't want to forget about the timer. This is just a side project that I have for scripting. Probably send that to Smokey and Hunter after. So I'm going to say that the duration is obviously going to be 10 milliseconds. The object is going to be the switches. That's what's That's what it's going to be, the switches. The destination objects gotta be something different. And what's cool about these is we can animate these destination objects as well if I want to. But we don't even have to do any of those. So we have destination objects. We can also animate our destination objects back to the floor. So that is going to be the workaround. And I know it's going to work because I've already done it before. That's a huge workaround. So I'm going to have to create 3 destination coordinates. Because this is the coordinates of the object. That is the destination object. Is the coordinates of the 3 coordinate objects. They're all going to move at the same time, by the way. So at the start of the match, the switches are going to animate to the desired target. We don't need a movement curve because we don't need that. Maybe we do need a movement curve. So, because it's probably going to require a movement curve. So we're going to say default. Okay, so at the start of the match, all the switches will be animated towards the sky, the stratosphere, and we don't know, and we can determine by how much. Every time we okay, so it's going to be 0. Going to be 0, so we're going to have to make another branch here. So what the branch is going to have is we're going to have another compare value. The compare value is going to be whatever the value is from inc.v. The compare value is 1. I don't want to set it. This is where I'm probably going to need an iteration, though. So it moves to the top when set value is 1. It's going to work only one time. It's only going to work one time. This is just for the start, when you pick up an ink ribbon. Actually, this can work both times, actually. So we really don't have to start the start, actually. We can just say, if it's 1, if it's compared to 0, actually. If it's compared to 0, they'll remain in the sky. What it's going to do. Wow. More things. More complicated things. So it's 0 right now. It is 0. It's 0. So if it's 0, we should move it to transformation. If it's 0, we should move it to transformation. If it's not 0, shouldn't move. It should move it. Okay, so if this is gonna work simultaneously, back to back, it should be, if it's 0, which it is 0, it should move to transformation. If it's not 0, it should reset. I hope I can reset this. If it's not 0, it resets. If it's 0, it moves to transformation. That's how I'm gonna play it. As confusing as that sounds, that's how it's gonna be. Professor Sane here will confuse everybody. Okay, so what is the object? Well, the object's going to be switch 1, switch 2, switch 3. Resets position, rotation, and velocity. So it's if it's physics, could be, but also you can. It resets the position, the rotation, and velocity. So if you don't want to reset velocity or position, so position, it doesn't matter if it's physics or physics off. It should reset all positions. I don't know if it resets a transformation. If it doesn't reset a transformation, all I have to do is create a ceiling and a floor, animates to the ceiling, animates to the floor. But there's your workaround, there's your backup. So the default positions are the floor, the initial positions are the sky. What do we do? What do we do? I'm gonna give that a save because I think I'm confident that actually is gonna work, but I could be wrong. Now I have to create actual positions. Well, how will that? You can call that dynamics? Would that be dynamics? We can put that in. I'm gonna say the positions, but problem is, what is a position? I gotta find out what the middle position of this object is. Okay. This is save typewriter 2. So this is going to be save position position 2. Then we gotta say whatever this one is. Typewriter 3, it looks like. So that is save position 3. And this is number 1. Save position 1. I'm gonna reset it, so it doesn't really matter. Okay. So if I want to, if I really, really want to, I can just put... It doesn't matter where they go because they're going to be positioned. So I can just put... Like, literally, I can just put... In this guy right here, I can just put position 1, position 2, and position 3. No matter where they're at. So position 1, 2, and 3 are here. Players won't be able to go here because I'm going to put invisible walls here. All over this area. So that's going to be position 1, position 2, position 3. Save position 2, position 3. Now we gotta set the positions. Gotta be position 1. Position 3. So now I gotta test it to see if it works. Before that works, I'm gonna do this. Another test. Time. Get number variable is undeclared. Save points. Okay. Don't need this anymore. So why isn't our timer working now? I don't care about that right now. I want to see why our timer is not working. Okay, so it's saying 1 second. Oh, it's saying 0. I'm not saying per every 1 second add something. For now, I'll chalk that. I want to see if this works. Let me get rid of those debugs, actually. Okay, so I can actually see them. Not gonna work. Yep. We have no access to any of them because they're over there somewhere. First one. So we're gonna see if that actually works. Not gonna work the reset positions. We know they work. Oh, that this probably doesn't work. So if true, if false, 0. So now we're at 0. So this actually has to be 1 for it to work. Wait, why does it have to be 1? If it's false, it resets the object. If it's false, it resets the object. If it's true, it moves the object to transformation. So we want it to be true. So right now, the objects are in the new transformation. If it's false, the object revert back to their transformation. That's the workaround. On here. Working then, right? Yep. Okay, so it's working. But I have no visual representation of what's going on here. I wonder if I can actually see the switches in some sort of way. I can get a boundary, actually. So that will tell me if that is actually working or not. Okay, so in the sky is the switch where it's supposed to be, where I decided to put them. So now it gives me a visual representation of where the object is going to be. Now, right now, if I hit this hockey puck, I don't know where it is anymore. It's supposed to be there, but it's not there anymore. So it went to Narnia. It looks like. It went to Narnia. So the object is in Narnia now. So if it's in Narnia, I can't activate it. So this reset position does not work. It's broken, at least for this sort of setup. So I'll have to create another workaround. We're gonna say position 1. We're just gonna say set position top. We're gonna say bottom. Top and bottom. We gotta say 2 and then top. And 2 and then bottom. Always want stuff to be organized because then you will lose. You get confused on what is actually going on. Because there's a lot of programmers that I even talked to in the past that don't want to label nothing, and they get confused. They get lost in their own code. And I'm not even coding, so I can only imagine if the coding is bad, unorganized. So we're gonna grab our bottom switches, and we gotta find our typewriters, and we gotta put them where they're supposed to go. Tops, that is typewriter 1. Typewriter 1. You know where typewriter 1's not going to be here. So typewriter 1, we'll put it there. This is 2. We got to find where typewriter 2 is. Right there. Get this. So I know the length of that. It's going to be the same level, so I'm just going to link it up with that. The problem is I don't know the level. That's going to be typewriter position 3. So position 3 is going to go wherever position 3 is going to go. So calculating based on this, what I'm going to do to center. Here. Position 2 is going to After this, I'm gonna go eat something. Position 3 bottom. This 1, right? That's gonna be position. Nope. So your tops and your bottoms. So that's going to be the reset and the destination. And we also got to do on false. And the amount of workarounds that just went through is crazy. Because I wanted to make a max value, and I really can't. And I probably can. I want it simple. So we're in the sky. We hit this. I don't know where we are now. Back at the bottom, but we're not. Oh boy. What is happening? I wish I would know where it's going. Kind of annoying, actually. Like, I just wish I knew what was happening. Okay, so that is typewriter 2. So I'm gonna say I'm gonna see something. I'll put that to like see what the hell's actually going on, because I want to see what is happening here. So I can diagnose the situation. So when we hit this, what is happening? It's not there anymore. It's like it disappears. Will it not transfer? I have actually never done this before, so I don't know what's going on. I've done it only once, not back towards position. Destination object should go. I wonder if it's just stuck. It's gone. I don't know where it is. And I think that's the problem, is I don't know where it's going. Like, what is the point of having this? I think it's I think I'm making a mistake here. A huge mistake. Or maybe I'm not. I actually don't know. We're gonna have a debug again. I want to see if this is actually working or not. It has to be working because it wouldn't, it would stay stationary. Yeah, it's working. Okay, so it is working, so it's going somewhere. I don't know where it's going. It should be going down here. I gotta love the editor, bro. The editor's amazing. Always gotta be something wrong with him. Safe position 2, right? Yeah, I don't know what to do. I have no idea what to do. One, two, three. Maybe because it's being the object in that destination. That's probably what it is. I think that's exactly what it is. Yeah, I think that's exactly what it's doing. So why don't I just animate it towards that position? Because are we gonna animate it down? But that defeats the whole purpose of this. Starting position. I can animate that wherever I want because that's the starting position. This doesn't work. I know exactly what's causing this problem. This is just for the, you know what I could do? What I could do... what I could do, because I just have to do this once, because it defeats the whole purpose of the beginning part. I just have to do this once. Yeah, I just have to do this once. That's it. So if I just hit... I don't have to do no compare garbage. I just need this to work one time. That's all. So this actually still works. I have to rearrange my order. Okay, so we're not going to have any tops anymore. I'll just have to put the switches in the air and then move them, animate them towards the bottom, and keep them there, because it only needs to be done once. So we would have to do this on every single one of them. Doesn't matter where. Have to do this back to back 3 times in a row. Why wouldn't it keep? Why don't you keep the object, man? You have to do it 3 times in a row. We can hit these in any order. I don't know why. Oh yeah, I don't know. I still. So we have move the bottom one 2. Okay. So then, instead of just doing all of that, so it doesn't work twice. I can do it the other way, but that's too many scripts. I'm just gonna put the switches in the. Okay. Destination object was confused. Back to our saves. Let's see if I got that. So our destination object is. Our object is the. Our destination object is the save points, okay? Our object is the starting point. Switches, no, but the switches do work. Going though, I want to know where it's going. Switch 2. Because it has collision. I am so confused right now. Now I'm even majorly confused. Because vice versa they worked. Vice versa they worked. That switch was in the bottom and animated to the top. Now I put the switch on the top to go to the bottom, and now it doesn't work. I'll put it there to see where it's at. So it's the bottom. Gone. It vanishes. I am just... Why would it work the other way around? Why would it work the other way around? You were in the bottom and you got to the top. Because I did the exact same thing. I am so confused right now. I should be majorly confused. Object of transformation. We're not moving the object of transformation. Object. Oh, I think I know why. I think I may know why, but do I know why? Do I know why? Could be all wrong. That's probably why. This could be all wrong. Remember, this worked. All these coordinates could be all screwed up. Okay, so the object is the switch. So position 1, object position 1, object position 2, destination object 3. Those are the destinations. They're all selected. Now, why am I doing it like that? I'm gonna confuse myself. If I do it like that. I should just do it in 1 per category. 1 per column. So I'm gonna say one of these columns, it's 1. Just trying to find out why this doesn't work, and I know it works because I've done it before. Like just now. I put the switches on top. So subposition 1 is going to be switch 1. I'm not gonna lie, I know this all works, but I can actually just copy all of this. I don't want to like. We're gonna say 3, 3. Switch to that works. Doesn't. I just don't know why. I don't know why, man. I don't know why. It's just, I'm gonna do it the other way around. Let's just do the other way around here. Object. Maybe it is the other way around. I'm confusing myself. Maybe the object is the object and the destination object is the one that moves. And the one that moves is obviously the switch. That's probably what I'm getting confused about. Let's see. Let's see. Because you always gotta do it the opposite because you don't understand. So it's in the sky. Okay, now I'm super confused. Now I'm ultra confused. I just... Why did it work the opposite direction? I don't understand. I'm so confused right now. Why does it work the other way around? I could have these down below. Like, I don't understand. I really don't understand. Because we're gonna do this the opposite direction. I'm gonna do this the opposite direction. Like, immediately. And we're gonna see how it works. And this game is just obviously directionally challenged beyond belief. It's actually crazy. You tell me why it works like this and doesn't work the other way. I actually want to know. Like, I would actually want to know why. Because if this works, then there is a severe problem with this editor. And I don't even know how to diagnose the problem. But we're gonna see if it works. Because we're doing it 3 times, because every time we pick up one of these items... Is it because it's moving? 3 different times? No. It's... Why am I doing this? I made it. Like, that's the whole reason why I did this to begin with. The whole reason why I did it like this. I just confused myself. The reason why I did this to begin with. Put it in the bottom though. And this already worked before. I'm looking at the save thing again. Because this works 100%. This is a starting point. The starting point is the object. The destination object is the object it's going to go to. I don't even know if this is actually going to work, to be honest. Save point area. I could be just talking out of my cheeks right now. I could just be really just out of my ass here. Well, I know it works once, so... Because why would it work? Maybe that was a bug. Maybe a bug happened where it worked? I don't understand. And now it doesn't work anymore. Bottom one. Which one? Bottom two. Is it because it's doing it 3 times in a row? That could be the problem. It's animating it 3 times in a row. That's probably what's causing it not to work. That could be the issue. Because it worked only once, because that was only one time. So the problem could be I'm doing it 3 times in a row. For doesn't matter what item I pick up out of the 3 inks. Problem. Oh, it's down. Oh, so it's down below. Now animated. Gone. It's in Narnia. Alright, so is it because it's high in the sky, or animating like it 3 times? Like, I just wish I knew where it was. You know, I just wish I knew where it was. It's supposed to be in the sky. It's supposed to be right here. Right? It's supposed to be right here, and that one's supposed to be here. And that one is supposed to be here. This one. That one's bottom 2. Switch 2 for bottom 2 and bottom 3. My only guess is I'm doing this 3 times and it doesn't register 3 times. That is my only possible guess. So if that's the case, I'm only going to do this once. Okay, so I'm only going to do this once. But it has to be save position 2, though. We're going to see if that works. No, it's gone. Now I'm majorly confused. Because it's... I think it's because it's, I think I know what's happening, and I'm in... I think I know what's happening. Because of this script right here. This is actually working. That's why it's gone. So it's on 0. Probably the reason why it's not working because of this. If I'm being honest. That was unchecked. TVA works. Value works and TVAA works. Okay, so that's the problem. All of this was working actually. Let's just go back. All of this was actually working the way it's supposed to. This is the reason why it wasn't working. This was unchecked. I think it's because the glitch, the thing broke. Let's see what works now. Required missing nodes. Oh. On the floor. Now it goes up. Do you see that? Now it's actually working. Now it's working because there was one setting that wasn't turned on. One setting I missed. One setting. This adding value was not adding these other 2 values. I don't know why. I must have changed something and it just unchecked it or something. And because of that, because of those 2 settings, the whole thing breaks. I keep telling people, like Maybe there's not something wrong. Maybe you did something wrong. Like, what's something wrong is the game crashing or the program crashing. That's different. When something crashes, then that's not your fault. But if something is not working here, there's obviously something you're not understanding, or a tool that is missing that makes your life more miserable. That's what's going on to me right now. So now everything is working the way it's supposed to. Now what I could do now is I can re-angle the things. So I can put these in the sky. And I can put these down below. And test it. That's in the sky. If I means I can't activate the switch. When I hit an ink ribbon, that goes down to the floor. I don't know why it has to turn. So it goes down to the floor. Now that disappeared. I don't know why that disappeared. I know why it disappeared. Okay, so now I have to get another ink ribbon. Which not reappear. That is super annoying. That's working. But now the other script is not working. So this is all working. It has to be only done once. So what is causing this to not work? So 0, 0. Okay, that's what's causing it not to work. Figured this out. This is just for the max value. For the save stations. Why did this part doesn't work? So that part works. But when I... So that part in the beginning works. Okay, so every time I hit a save station, that turns it off. So I think I know what the value changes. So it's Inc VA. Inc VA. Inc VA. Inc VA is not here. Inc VA is not... I think because it glitched. I think I know why. So... Gotta say Inc VA. Inc VA. The amount of workarounds I did today is crazy. Okay, so what constitutes as Inc VA that's positive 1? I would need a positive 1 for this. I put a pizza in the oven, so I'm gonna go eat after. EVA. Oh, and that's global. Okay. So all global. So we're gonna see if it's global. Yeah, no, it's... TVA needs to be global. This is why it doesn't work. So we need to say global and global. Global, so it works on multiple brains. Global, so we need to say global. We're good. I think we're good now. What a mess up that was. Missing just 2 options here. Maybe the other things were all working properly. It was just these 2 options that I forgot to check in. Right here, the result values from the adding. Just 2 of these were unchecked. Okay, well, the workaround still works. So we're good. And having a boundary on every object really just helps you determine if something's working or not working properly. So. Gonna see what is going on now. Thing 1 for a total value. No, we are not doing total +1. I'm super confused now. We picked up 1. We picked up 1. That's why. Oh my goodness. Okay, so we did exec, so it's working. It's working. It's definitely working. I gotta figure out what is causing the other things to not work. So this is working. False. It deletes it. It's false is not working. Okay, so the first part is all working. I can ignore that. I gotta figure out why it's not working for the other ones. Every time we get an ink, every time I get an ink, I get 1, then you get 2, then you get 3. And the max value, you get 1, you get 2, and you get 3. If I in the save file, every time I save, I -1 my total value and -1 my initial value. And -1 my death value. I get an extra life, which then increases my death value limit. That's the reason why the save station exists. Okay, so now I gotta figure out here. So every time I collect a save station, it -1's my total value, my other value, but I can still get it because it's the same value. Why did I add a max value again? Wonder why I added a max value for. Oh, because I have to save, right? Yeah. The compare works, then the saves work. This is another problem now that I have to work out. So the whole point of this was to have, every time I pick up a save item, doesn't matter what save I go to, I will respawn from that save. That was the target goal of the map. Man, this is killing my brain already. Max value is always going to be the same as the standard value. If false is never going to work. If that's the case. So back to here. This would play a bigger role if false. Problem is, it has to be false though. So every time I hit every time if it's true, but then it defeats the whole purpose. Because that will bring it down. That was because of the max value problem. The max value problem has been solved at the beginning of this level. Now the other part of the level needs to work. The whole reason why I made the system to begin with. So if the operand B, so in order to create the save station to work, problem is it has to be together, or it's not going to work. And that's the whole reason why we did that thing there. So if it's true, it will spawn. If it's false, but it can never be false, that's the problem. It's never going to be false. To be I tried that before, but it didn't work. I don't know why there's options here. So if it is A, so then that would be why is there options for that though? Still used those. Kind of, I'm using the way I want to now. I'm not gonna lie to you, I kind of like did something on accident that I kind of wanted it like that. I don't know, man. I think I'm gonna keep it like that. I don't know about that one. I think I'm satisfied with that. I lack a tool already in the editor. So I think I'm good with that one. I think I figured that one on accident. It just came to what I wanted it to be. Now you have to hit individual save station the way you want to. You can do whatever save station you'd like now. You can pick whatever order you'd like, but as soon as you hit that save station doesn't work anymore. That's exactly how I wanted it, actually. Exactly. I wanted it like that. I'm actually happy. So happy now. Turned out in my favor. Okay. And that is done. I'm done. I'm done with that. That's crazy. Spent like 3 hours figuring that out. Losing my mind. So does the on-false matter then? No, it doesn't. We don't need an on-false anymore. Test it. Do a full test run now. So none of these save stations are working. Oh, they are. There's the problem. There's the problem. Defeats the whole purpose of that. The save station works. I wonder if it works on default, actually. On default positions. I'm actually gonna check that now, if it works. We moved everything down. That's every time we hit an ink, we move everything down. Now, I'm wondering if I just revert everything to the previous positions. All of them, too. Super complicated stuff already. I didn't think it was going to be this complicated. I had no idea. I'm gonna see if this works. Oh, it actually works. It actually works. Oh, it doesn't work. Sad face. What's the point of having this script if it doesn't... Because we can't do more than one value. Answering questions to myself to make sense. But it doesn't even work. Why does that even not even work? It's that should work immediately. Maybe it doesn't. Maybe it doesn't reset an animation. Probably what it is. So I can actually do that again. More work now. Okay. You know what I could do too, actually? I can set an object position, make it follow another object constantly, and just animate the same object up and down. There's just so many different alternatives. So many different strategies you could use. Hard. Object that is wrong. Object is this. Want both of them to go up. Oh no. We have to do it for all of them. Why do we have to do it for all of them? Oh boy. I'm gonna have to this over here then. But this is all working. The reason why it didn't work before is because that setting, that one setting was off. That's super annoying. I'm gonna go blame the game. I mean, the game does have a lot of problems, so... The game does have a lot of problems. A lot of people would blame the game. Good reason. Destination object. Or we don't even have this. Or I don't want to disrupt the actual save group. Go ahead and do this. So it's working the way that I want. Is a good thing. So what needs to happen is save. Switch 3 needs to go in switch 3. 2 needs to go in 2, and 1 needs to go in 1. Number 3. Technically, do we need this? No. Just say number 3. More times. Gonna be the same thing again. Three. Number 1. Going to be switch to thing that is confusing me now is all going to be switched to. The bottom is all going to be switch 1. 1, and everything is switch 1. Didn't have a plan for this. It just sort of just worked. I kind of knew what I was doing, but I had no idea how much work it was actually going to take in Halo Forge. In the Unreal Engine, this would actually could have been done like this, like that. Because I would just say greater than, less than, done. Easy. That doesn't exist here apparently. So I have to do a workaround. I think the only thing I like about this editor are the graphics, like the models. Like, I'm only here for the good-looking models that they provide. Like, that's the only reason why I'm here. Maybe the AIs, in addition, it's just these beautiful models, right? That's why I'm here. That's why I use this. Um, don't know why they're not going up. I think that's the problem. I don't know why they're not going up. I don't understand why they're not going up. That's switch 3. Why? We're definitely confused here. No, we're not confused. Yeah, we are confused. Because switch 3 should... So... this activates switch 3. So switch 3 is switch 3. All of these columns here. This is one column of switch 3. Switch 2. So all of this column will only be switch 2, and I think that's what I didn't do. Switch 1. All of this column will be switch 1. It's a bit confusing. So switch 1, switch 2, switch 3 on interacted. The columns are precise. Position 1 top, switch 1 all the way. 2, switch 2 all the way. 3, switch 3 all the way. You have like your activating values plus the column line values. So confusing. But the one thing that I don't like is how slow these things are. I actually want to see what's causing the slowness of this. 10 seconds each. I don't know why it's so slow. That's the part that confuses me a little bit. They go down like one by one, and I think that is a default thing with the editor, is it's just bad. It's like really bad. Goes down in sections. Now it's going up now. Now it's working as is intended. It's working. It's and came back. Had to attend to a family emergency. Maybe I don't have time to do this. Okay, I think I might be done for the day. I did a lot. I went to go eat some food. There's a shooting star there. I'll finish this another time. I took a screenshot. I don't know if I'm gonna use this actually. The screenshot here. I'll take another one. Tomorrow I will finish the rest. I'm not gonna finish the whole thing. I'm probably going to I'll finish it tomorrow. Will I use the clock tower again? No, I'm not. So everything is there. All the save points, everything is there. The starting scripts, everything is there. I did a lot today. I did a lot. I tweaked the previous script I did last time. I did all of this today. We have a full saving system. A full saving system. It works exactly as I wanted it to work. It's almost reminding me when I did the Trials Resident Evil maps. They're all like this. Even much more than this. I had something just like this for saving, just a health system or a healing system, a weapon system. I have an inventory system. All of that is there. All of that is on my channel. Everything is showcased on my channel. I have everything. The knowledge is all there. You can take it, use it for your game. All of it. No, I'm done. I'm gonna do some more stuff here. We even did iterations and stuff today, and I also did the timer. I'll think about doing the timer next time, the HUD timer. Today I just don't feel like doing any of that stuff. So I'm gonna leave forage. It's gonna be pretty cool. Everything I did today. Now I'm going to go into my local files and see if I can remove stuff. So real RE main script, start scripts, we'll leave. Start scripts, we can actually delete this now. That's an asset. I thought I deleted this. RE main scripts. We're going to delete this. RE window, RE to the typewriter, we're going to leave. I'm going to leave all of this, actually. Light pole, exterior design. We will delete the clock tower. I kind of like the clock tower. I'm going to leave it. RE functionality. We're going to keep RE functionality. Trick jump. That's probably the spring jump thing. Oh, no. That is the, that one jump. I gotta actually delete this now. I know exactly what this is. We don't need this no more. Boat. World designs. Countdown timer, navigation waypoint. And those are like, I'm guessing, those are published. Okay. Those are my files, and then we have my bookmarks. I think it shows everything. Oh, nice. It's saved. Unsaved. Now we're gonna see everything. I knew that. Actually, is this good? try to let's see this map. I just want 838 versions. Not even I do that many versions for a map. Maybe I've done 600 before, but that was like a jumping tournament or something. I think Master's Fortress was like that, but that was just really long. I'm going to see if this map is good because I was gonna remake not the whole thing, just certain areas of this level. I want to see if I can actually spawn in. Okay, so he doesn't have any cameras. That's already a red flag number 1. Maybe I have the wrong game type, maybe? Well, he has all the AIs, but, I'm dying. I'm dying really quickly now. Wait a minute. Do I die? No, I don't die. Okay, so I don't know what is everything good? Like I can actually judge I can't really judge it because this map was made so long ago. The lighting probably broke. You did the whole thing, right? Yeah, the lighting's really broken. I don't think it has nothing to do with the creator of the map. Because this happened to one of my maps as well. If he really cares about it, he should go back and fix the lighting. Maybe he's alive, I don't know. He does have the phantoms that spawn and everything, which is cool. He has all the phantoms that spawn. Does he have the blind skull here? He does. Okay. Not saying that it's bad or anything. Obviously has all the enemy AI spawning him. And the phantoms, the way they load in, everything is there. Lighting could use some work. The level design, I don't remember the level too much, so I can't really judge anything. Yeah, I mean, when I remade levels back then, I made the same mistakes where I made them too large. I think this level's a little bit too large. Like I've also done those same mistakes too, where this is where you need like a player. Well, that's the reason why every time I remake a level from a different video game, I always have like a player scaler, so I know what the size of the levels are, you know? Because I think this level's a little bit too big. I think the scale is massive. Yeah. Serena 117 wasn't this big, and I think since the level's bigger, you waste more space. If the level's more smaller, then you waste less space. You know? What it is. This is probably when the editor fully launched. Maybe these textures didn't exist. This is why I can't really judge. You know what I mean? I think none of this existed, like these updated textures that we have nowadays with the editor. But I could be wrong, I'm not sure. Because when the editor came out, it was not very good at all. But I mean, he's got all the AI placements, so... in the correct positions. Okay, so this is the part that I wanted to make. This part right here. That's all you could do? Yeah, I don't know how bad... the editor... okay, this part actually looks pretty good. I like the railings. The railings are really good. The pipes are pretty good. Just in this area. Everything feels a little bland. The animations in Halo Infinite suck, so I'm not going to judge that at all. Oh, you can't climb up here? Let's see, because this is the part that I wanted to remake. This part right here. I wanted to remake a firefight, kind of like in this area, and that's it. So I'll take my own take on this. You have the dam here. It's a pretty good dam. Okay. What's that over there? I don't know what that is. Oh, it's probably the decals for the... This is the Jackal Sniper Forest. He's got the Jackal Snipers in there. Got all the placements. Everything is there, like the drop ships, everything's accurate. The level design is all accurate. Maybe he can't... maybe the level's so big that you can't fit all the textures in. That's my only thing. Yeah. I mean, this part's pretty cool. He's got a destructible building right here. Very nice. Very, very cool. It's got the crane. Got got this part. It's got the dam. Now this part looks pretty accurate. That's pretty good. As accurate as it can be. I wonder how this would have worked without the water, because originally there was no water in Halo Infinite. I'm guessing he's doing the water trick like I do, where you put something underneath the water so it doesn't... Yeah, okay. I think the only issue is the level is a little bit too big. That's the only... It kind of looks like GoldenEye. Tempted to make a GoldenEye level. I think Hunter would love that. Well, I don't know if you can actually rework those animations. I'm pretty good with animations in this game. I think you can rework those animations. Because I have a way to do it. It's a little complex, but I'm willing to give it my fair shot. With the pelican animations. I feel like, because I know how to make stuff follow other objects while it's turning at the same time and everything. I know how to make really cinematical stuff. But it takes a lot of scripts for that to work. I'm going to take my take on that. Wonder if the pelican comes and blows it up. It's pretty good. I think it's pretty good. The level is pretty accurate. I think it's a little bit too large. I think that's the only thing I can think about. I can't really judge the textures too much. Maybe you can't do all the textures because you don't have enough space if you want to do the entire level. So, yeah, it's pretty good. Pretty good. This looks gorgeous. But again, I'm pretty good at the editor. I'm pretty damn good at the editor. So... Turn off the AI. And you can load in the map. The one I just did. Let's play it. This is going to be the last part of my stream. I did too many scripts today. I think I might add Serena 117 because I always wanted to do it. I'm not going to do the whole thing. I'm just going to do that one area, which is my favorite area. Yeah. Yeah, and I'm going to try my hardest to match the level design. This is my level, because my level looks, I mean, my level's at night, and this is one Forge, this is recently, so Forge has all the updated textures and everything. And this is why it looks so good. Because back then, the textures weren't this good when the Forge launched, and that map that I just played is when the map first when the game launched. Okay, so I like the look of this map. It's pretty good. This is what I just did. This week. I think it was on the... Was it on the weekend? I don't even remember now. I think I did this on the weekend. Yeah, I did this on Sunday. And then I made the showcase on Monday. Yeah, so it was the beginning of the week I made this. And I like the look of it, actually. This is the park. I already remade this on Trials a long time ago. But from a graphical standpoint of view, this is vastly superior compared to that inferior that I did long time ago. Inferior when it comes to graphics. Inferior when it comes to graphics. Superior when it comes to graphics. Mechanically, it's inferior to the other one. The doors opening is pretty good. This is something I was worried about in Halo, because the animations are really bad. I really like the clock tower. The clock tower is the iconic of this map. It really makes the map stand out. That clock tower really just adds the whole thing to the map. Now it really does look like a central park with a clock tower. It's really fancy. You have your Roman numerals right there and everything. Yeah, really nice. And plus it's raining. Really, really cool. Yeah, the doors opening are very, very, very good. Yeah, and also the waypoint system is very, very well done, because now for players who are directionally challenged and they don't know where to go, it tells them exactly where to go for the main path. All the optional stuff you have to find on your own. And I feel like that is the game design 101. Because now you know exactly what to do, what your objective is. There's like different modes and stuff you could do. It's really good. Really, really good. Let's see if this works. And now the message pops up. The message sometimes doesn't pop up, so I fixed that in my other map. Everything's good, man. Everything's really good. It tracks your collectibles and everything. Yep. That was just the main path. It's very short. The map is super short. Yeah, very, very short. Very, very cool design. Very, very cool map. Short and sweet. And it has something for everyone. There's a lot of collectibles too. It also tracks how many there are on the map. Out of how many you have versus the 35 total items on the map to collect. Yep, it's really cool. And then you could admire the scenery, the door animations. Really, really nice. Visually, it's incredible. Yep. Really, really good. I really like that map a lot. I think that map is great. The clock tower level is the level that I'm doing currently. And the clock tower level is it's not bad. Gonna give that a shot. Clock tower level is revamped, so the word meaning it's much better. I've learned everything from the park, and I improved it in the clock tower level. So now we have a full-blown save station system, and it's great. The train level, unfortunately, is not going to have a save station system like that, though. Alright, I like my camera shot of that. Started the clock tower level. Now we can test the camera. I like the camera. So we have no ammo. Now we have ammo. Oh. That's not good. Oh, I can just teleport back down. Okay. This is this level. Very nice. Very nice. So next time I will finish this. I finished the garden area. Completely, I finished the garden level completely. I totally finished the garden area. I don't know if I'm going to animate these doors in the front gate. We will shall see. But I definitely upped my texture game this time around. So, yeah. This is how Resident Evil plays. You don't know where to go. And then there's like a camera like this. And then you have to like control your character somehow. And you don't know what to do. That's old school Resident Evil for you. Exactly how it is. I don't know, I kind of like wanna... It's gonna be so awkward doing this. I can actually make some video editing like this for this map. I'll like replay the entire level. I'll just put my camera in like super awkward positions around the map or something. And then I'll like edit my video and I'll just see me struggle trying to run like this. And then when I get here, I cut to a different angle, maybe underneath the, like over here, like underneath an item like this. And then I have to like play like this. That's how Resident Evil was back in the day. It was just so bad. The cameras were terrible. And then you have to like try to shoot for a zombie with inverted controls. Yeah, not good at all. The gameplay was terrible in the original games. Completely terrible. Not good at all. Yeah, I'm not going to do that. That is a lot of work already. I'm going to actually take another screenshot, actually, of this. That's the final screenshot. I'm out of here.